Hello.
I just got like 6 notifications back to back. What in the world just happened in the group chat? Good for her. Although I can't see shit. Alright, ding dong. I have almost posted in all the, relevant thingy-majiggies, and I just realized that my hand tracking thing has not been plugged in, so bing dong. Bing. Gummy sharks! Good for you, Het. You got gummy sharks. Alrighty. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Alright, so we go in there real quickly, and then we go over into here. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I hope everyone is doing all right. I am doing my best. I had another day of work. So yeah, classic me, day of work. Doing my job, keeping the bills paid and what have you, because, you know, excuse me. It's just, you know, daily nonsense. Thankfully, washing machine got not washing machine, sorry, dishwasher. The dishwasher was like the next thing to decide to have a problem for me, which was odd. Oh, because I had the timer for when I was hyper himboed from the previous thingy-madiggy. Also, this does raise the question of, is my microphone doing the funny thingy-madiggy? Yeah, excuse me. Happy Pecktober, Zeebs. Thank you, Head. I appreciate it. Also, hands. Come on. There we go. Happy. Hi there, Masonic. So, yeah. So... 85% himbo.
Hello.
Nice. Hi, Jason. So yeah, so I have been. I need to move some tabs around. Sorry. There we go. So yeah, so no, I just been going about with my day and what have you, paying for bills and what have you. One of the I mentioned I shared it. Yeah, no, I shared it with some peeps and what have you. But I'm going to be going to Texas Fur Fiesta next year because Unnamed has been like, hey, I would love for you to come to Texas and hang out with me and do some cool things. We're gonna go to like a Texas Roadhouse. We're gonna have barbecue. We're gonna shoot guns. Like, there's all this cool stuff that Unnamed wants to do with me and like a couple of other furries that they've met online and what have you. And I'm like, that sounds really cool. I need to figure out if I have the monies for that. And I've been trying to like save up my money here and there in order to get there. I've been able to I've been able to do the registration for the furry convention at the very least. Ow. So I've been able to get that out of the way. I've been able to book a hotel while I'm there. Gosh darn it, Masonic, why you gotta throw shit at me while I'm explaining my nonsense? I've gone on the whatsamahoozy, the blah 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 blah. Where's my brain at? So yeah, so I've been able to get like, you know, the critical things to even like make of like, you know, am I gonna be in Dallas, Texas next year, where it's like, yep, there's a hotel room. I've registered for the furry convention, so I should be able to attend. So now comes the more critical thing of have the money saved for the rest of the hotel, because I've had to do a deposit already for the hotel, because going to the States is going to be expensive. Going to the States is going to be a very expensive venture, and like,
hello.
Hi there, Goldie. Welcome to the stream. And you know, trying to save money up where you have like existing bills and doing it all in Australia is tricky as it is. So hence why I haven't gotten like any commissioned artwork in a while. I don't hang out with like friends outside of the internet. If it costs me money, I have to be very pedantic about it, essentially. So yeah, so doing my best. I was able to organize to get, so like in the hotel, like I was able to get a booking because the convention goes off from Thursday to Sunday. So it starts Thursday, like, you know, halfway through the day or something like that, where you can grab your registration and all that kind of nonsense. And then, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the proper
Code
oh, goddamn
with the
code.
49-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you. Thank you for the 49 months. I greatly appreciate it, Code. Grant becomes a reclusive millionaire. I wish. There is like a Powerball lottery that goes off on Thursdays. Anytime that thing goes over $10 million, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna put in a sneaky ticket. I'm gonna put $6 down, get myself like 6 draws, and who knows, maybe I will become one of those suspiciously wealthy furs and help, you know, pay off some of the stuff that I would like to have and support the friends and that go through the financial strafes and what have you. Maybe I can be that suspiciously wealthy fur, but unfortunately not. I can't be that suspiciously wealthy fur. I need suspiciously wealthy furs out there to help me right now. So, yeah. If you're a suspiciously wealthy fur, you're more than welcome to donate to my coffee. It is most certainly going to be, you know, a donation that is going to be supporting the GrantZeebs Dopamine Foundation, where you help improve my dopamine hit. And there's a potentiality, though, depending on how much is sent over, I will have to put it into savings for, you know, being able to go to Dallas next year. Hi there, hi, Goldenrod. Welcome to the stream. Hyacinth. I think you told me how to say your name. Hyacinth. Yes, it's in the chat logs. Hyacinth. That's how it's said. You saw the big pecs and you were like, "Oh boy, pectoral muscles." So yeah. But yeah, so I was able to book a hotel. There we go. We got there. Yeah, we got there. But yeah, I was able to book a hotel, like, stay from Tuesday till, like, next Monday. So check in Tuesday, like, afternoon, check out Monday morning the next week. It would be nice to do, like, a full week. So, like, instead of checking in on the Tuesday, I instead check in on, like, the Monday or the Sunday. That, because, like, I don't know what the full plan is when I'm in the States with Unnamed and all the other peeps, because there's all these ideas floating around, but I don't know how many days are necessary for me to be there in order to accomplish all of them. Because I know Unnamed, like, there's things of, like, going to a zoo, going to an arcade, going to a Buc-ee's, going to a rainforest cafe, and I don't know how many things are going to be done, like, during the furry convention, like during the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and what are going to be done prior to the furry convention. So I'm trying to figure out that nonsense before I decide whether or not I do, like, an additional, like, hotel stay, like because I could do another hotel booking where it's like, oh, let me just book a hotel for Sunday, Monday, or something like that. So then that way I check in on the Sunday, so then that way I'm there. And then on the Monday, or, like, you know, check in on the Monday, and then, you know, I'm there for, like, you know, the start, and then Tuesday rolls in, and it's like, all right, I gotta check out, and I'm just gonna pull a sneaky and be like, all right, I'm checking out, turn around, hi, I'm checking in. Like, that would be kind of cool, but, you know, I don't know what the plan could be. Buc-ee's is a must. The pulled pork Sammy is amazing. Noted. I have never been to a Buc-ee's before, but it's something that is in, like, you know, the... There's a document in my Google Drive for you know, going to the Texas Fur Fiesta right now. So right now I've got, like, the hotel stay for, like, you know, the 24th to the 30th, which is 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So yeah, which is technically a 7-day stay. So, like, hang on, so ding, parentheses, Tuesday to Monday, I believe it is. Hang on a second. So March 24th, 2026. So hang on a second. I gotta look at the thingamajig. So yeah. Yeah, so the 24th is a Tuesday until the 30th, which is a Monday. So, and I don't think there's any public holidays that are observed in Australia during that week, so I won't have the opportunity to, like, have, you know, lol, Canberra has an 8-hour day and Adelaide has a cup day, and then darn them. But yeah, so, like, you know, to do, get a flight, gun range, Texas barbecue, drunk Whataburger, cowboy hat/attire, the Fort Worth Zoo, Rainforest Cafe, a hobby horse, Buc-ee's. Hang on, let me zoom in on this so you can see it. Oh, maybe not that much of a zoom in. There we go. So we've got the pre-registration done. I have not yet been able to get a flight organized because, like, I don't know if I'm going to be doing, like, a really cheap economy flight where I'm, you know, super cramped and, you know, I'm going to be feeling absolutely terrible during the entire trip. Or if I'm going to be in premium economy, which is going to be a slightly better economy. It's not going to be, like, you know, fantastic, but, you know, this is the trip, so it's, like, probably not going to be that important. But yeah, the Sheraton Dallas Hotel, I've organized that. I'm going for 7 nights, which is a little more than $2,100. I need to save money for alcohol. I need to save money for a gun range. I want to save money on the side for travel/train, because I'm either going to be using public transport or a car rental. So, you know, minimum $100. Fort Worth Zoo costs like $20. The Rainforest Cafe, I'm gonna like do like $70. And yeah, I need like five grand for all of that nonsense. And then I have like learn Mexican phrases. Sorry, I only know English, and then cuss words. And then apparently Unnamed wants me to try and do Warhammer. Moonshine's maybe a thing. The giant eyeball and a Waffle House. So there's a few things we could be doing, but yeah, here's the thing is I don't know how quickly these things will be done. Like, I imagine that the Rainforest Cafe and the cowboy boots can be done in one day because the Rainforest Cafe is in a plaza somewhere. Sorry, I lied. It's not pulled pork. It's the brisket. The 2XL brisket sandwich. I used to be a 2XL shirt size. That's a bit nutty. But yeah, I need to like look at actually, what are the costs of flights? Hang on. Qantas. Let me just look at Qantas real quick. And let's see what it says about like flights from Brisbane to Dallas from 24th. You can tell that I have already looked this nonsense up, but I have not yet kept that information in my head. So, yeah, return flights, traveling from the 24th to the 30th. So, and the reason why it's tempting to, like, you know, do, like, a different day, like, extending the day, is because I think it mentions in here, close this little tab here. Yeah, it mentions in here that, like, I could save $200 by flying out on the Monday instead of the Tuesday, because here's one of the things you gotta remember. Also, hi there, Zeeb the Zebra. Imposter. Zeeb the Zebra. Imposter. But yeah, it's tempting, like, you know, because with Australia, when you fly out from Australia and go into, like, into, like, America, you technically are flying so fast that the time zones, like, you know, they change. And so if I leave, you know, Tuesday morning, I actually arrive Tuesday morning, because, you know, I'm flying Tuesday, which is Monday for them. I'm in the air for so long that even though it's Wednesday for me in Australia, like when I started the flight and, you know, 17 hours later or what have you, but in the States, I technically started the flight Monday, and then I'm landing on Tuesday. So there's that kind of thing. So yeah. And as you can see here, it's like the difference in cost is like, you can go from like, you know, a cheap, like less than $2,000 economy flight or like almost $4,000 in premium economy. Actually, if I switch over to the Monday, how much cheaper does premium economy turn into? Also, I can close that tab and that tab and that tab. Okay, so if I fly out on the Monday, the premium economy turns into less than $3,000. So there is so if I could fly out on the Monday, there is a benefit, because then I'm saving like, you know, close to $600 to $800 by having like, you know, flying out a day later. But that means I'm in a hotel. That means I need a hotel room for that day. Tuesdays are actually a high traffic area? Really? Oh. I did not know that. I wonder why that is. Why is Tuesday a high traffic area? That's kind of curious. So yeah, hang on a sec. Also, the Sheraton Dallas Hotel, copy. I'm just gonna paste that in. And then if we go to here, reject all. So if I go to, so if we go from like March 23rd to 24th, so like, you know, arriving then, let's do a search real quick. Like, I don't have to stay at the Sheraton that one extra day, but like I could probably go for a cheaper motel for that like one more day thing. Currency updated, reservations and final payment will appear in the hotel's local currency. Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, so it looks like if I wanted to, so yeah, it would cost me like $444 to be in like, you know, a king for a night. And the difference in price so if I fly out on the Monday and I used premium economy sale, it's like a little under $3,000. So $2.9 thousand. If we fly out on the Tuesday, yeah, it turns into $3,600. So there's a $700 difference. So yeah, I'm saving $700. If I go with the premium economy, I'm saving $700. If I only go normal economy, I only do $200. So it's really dependent on, you know, like if I'm willing to, like, you know, because of business and workers flying during the week. Okay. I thought they would fly out on the Monday, honestly. I thought like weekends would have been a like, you know, Friday to Monday. I thought those would be the heavier flight times, but I guess I don't fly that often. Our family used to fly like a shit ton because of my dad, but I was never in charge of, like, you know, organizing flights or anything like that. So I have like no business knowing about flights and what have you. So yeah. But nah, we'll need to figure this nonsense out a different day. Also, let me just expand this just a little bit. There we go. But yeah. So if I do go for the premium economy, then, you know, it is worth going for, you know, the one hotel L night in the Sheraton. Hell, I could even go for like one of these executive nonsenses, which would be kind of stupid. But yeah. But no, so yeah, if I did a Monday, so dragon fishing right now. Anyway, how's it going on your side of things, Zeeb the zebra? So yeah, so if we do premium economy on the way there. Nice, you got yourself an orange discus. And then it's like at least $3,000 to get back home. So leaving on the next Monday to arrive Wednesday, and I would arrive like Wednesday at 8 in the morning. Thursday is a decent-ish price. Wait, is Thursday a cheaper price? Hang on. So, change this flight. So 1,400, like 1629. Dun, 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 dun. Interesting. Huh. I wonder if Qantas is catching on to the furry convention schedule. Yeah, so Thursday the 19th of March is like, or is this website catching on to the fact that I am anxious about a particular date and they're upping the price on visits? Let's see. Is it being that? Yeah, it's probably being shrewd. So there is... It's picking up on something. Why are you like this? So yeah, and if I only wanted to do one way on the 24th, decent himbo waiting. The evil side of AI. This isn't even. This has happened well before AI. Like, flights have always been exploitative of like cookies and what have you. That's why like one of the top tips of whenever you're booking flights and what have you is do not, when you actually want to go and book your flights and such, do not do it from a machine or a device that you have regularly logged, or from an account, I should say, that has previously looked up the flights. Because what's likely happened is that they've caught on to the particular day that you want to go, and so they're trying to, like, you know, do a little bit of cost warping to make it so it's like, oh, why don't you leave like at this alternative time, which is better for us, worse for you, and then make your like the actual time you want to leave slightly more expensive. Like, there, like, that is a thing. I've definitely have heard stories of it deciding to like fuck with your day. But yeah, interesting that when you go into like a one-way trip, like the cost goes up. So they want the guarantee of you going somewhere rather than you, or they want the guarantee of you coming back rather than you only going there one way. Interesting. And then if I go premium economy, close, and then return Monday. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, no, you guys aren't here for me, like, discussing my holiday plans for next year and trying to figure out the economic advantages or disadvantages of going with like one particular day or another. That's something I got to debate about with friends and what have you that are going to be going to the Texas Fur Fiesta. A lot of them don't seem to have like a 100% idea if they are or if they're not. So hopefully at some point I'll be able to have like a proper discussion with them on the weekend or something and be like, hey, like, what's the plan, Stan? Like, how are we gonna do this? Also, I totally... Ding donk. So yeah, we're here for Alan Wake 2. This game, right here. Cool. 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 And then we continue the game. I think the last place we were was, we were with Agent Saga, and we had just found the clicker. So the area that we're now in has kind of like, you know, I think the water would have receded at the very least, and we should now be able to, Oh, no, I didn't use a controller for this. I used a keyboard and mouse. Hang on. I didn't use a controller for this. I used a keyboard and mouse. I remember now. Alright, so they marked on the map all their different locations and what have you that the depots are in. And then that's our shoebox holding batteries and all the nonsense. We barely have any pistol ammo, but plenty of shotgun ammo. Hopefully we won't have to deal with... Oop. But yeah, close the case.
I need to get the clicker to wake and close this damn case before my family gets dragged any further into it.
Yeah. Alright. So you enter the watery overlap by completing the parade float, which can be done... Nope. Oh, the overlap. Here we go. So we entered it for later and for later. Investigate the previously flooded area. So there's like areas that we couldn't explore before, but now we can.
Can't open this with my bare hands.
Yeah, we need bolt cutters, unfortunately, for that. So yeah, so we still haven't found, like, bolt cutters. But I imagine once we do find bolt cutters, we'll be good.
Come on, Casey. No answer. David. Pick up, pick up, pick up.
Hey, this is David. Leave a message.
David,
Ah.
can you call me back, please? It's urgent. Please. Why isn't David answering? Is Logan all right? How does this all work? Has the horror story already gotten her? Wake should know.
Hang on. I can... in the janitors to alternate between characters. Alan and Saga stories can be played in whatever order you choose. Okay, so... Anyway, open the map. So... I'm trying to get...
Flooding's lowered.
Yeah.
I should look around. See where the water was hiding.
So there was a locked door. So yeah, I think there was flooding here. Oh no, there was flooding here and there. So... Alright, hang on. And I've already forgotten the controls. Hang on. Okay, we don't have... By quickly going backwards twice. Manually rotating camera, throwables, healing items, melee, upgrades and charms. Alright, where is the controls? Here we go. Sprint, dodge. Flashlight toggle is E. Okay. But yeah, we were... Hey, there we go. I was looking for that. Yeah, because we need to open up the cult stash that's there. Or, we don't need to, but I would like to. This game has, you know, given me way too many opportunities to be like, oh, hey, would you like some things? Would you like some things to make you feel better? There we go. Coffee World stash key. Giving us arrows. M and T were supposed to be on patrol last night but didn't show. If anyone hears anything from them, let me know. Pistols and 12 gauge. Alright. Alright, so... we can go through Coffee World. Also, why is there a point of interest here? point of interest, but there isn't anything else interesting to see. So, moving on. That Ferris wheel, like, was kind of annoying me, I will be real with you. Alright, so... Container... Yeah, alright, so we go past the coffee shop and then we can go into the ranger's cabin.
Play cards!
This isn't good. I didn't think there would be any more of you alive, but okay.
The cauldron! Clipboard! General Store!
Alright, gonna fully heal myself here. Quick save. Check out the shoebox. I got plenty of flashlights, honestly. I got more pistol ammo, which is good. So I can probably swap over to that. And how do I get to the hunter cabin? Ah, okay, I know how to get there now. Although, never mind, I can barely follow a map, it seems. Ah, I thought I could open that container, but I guess not. But yeah, how many of you have actually been keeping up to date with, Alan Wake right now? Or will I need to, like, explain in a few other areas what I've been doing? Yep, alright, cool, I'm going the right way. So. So there's the lodge there. And I can hear the... There they are. Screwdriver, here we go. Although I can hear something deciding to... Fuck. Alright, so there's a wolf out there. Not great. Alright. 308. I still have not found the hunting rifle. Maybe it will be in this hunter's lodge for all we know, in which case, good thing I've got spare inventory. Let's see, let's see. Well, that wolf ain't getting in here anytime soon, so long as I don't be an idiot and let it in. Jesus. So many deer.
Poor thing.
Gotta give the deer the respect they deserve. Alright. Nothing in here, so let's go upstairs. I wonder if this is gonna have one of those, puzzles. Yeah, I think it's gonna have one of those puzzles. The Bureau of Control has been here. Creating the perfect environment for each test case has become the crux of my study. However, I am certain that setting the stage in a sufficiently convincing manner will make the fiction come into existence. I am now going to use... The fuck was that? Did you hear that? Someone open that door. Alright, fine. You're not gonna let me... Why did you make me mag dump into you, you fucking wolf? Also, how did the wolf, like, open a door? Jesus. You don't have opposable thumbs. This isn't fair. Alright, back to reading. Make the cabin seem like the actual house of the characters depicted in the rhythm rhyme with small personal touches and realistic items in addition to the few key items such as drawings, dolls, and personal letters used so far. The early results have been promising but incomplete. I will continue with the propping in a controlled manner until it reaches a functional state. It is crucial to gain traction with this. The dimensional opening I'm attempting to manifest in this very location will be a groundbreaking achievement worthy of my genius. Okay, so they can't just write whatever fucking reality they want. So they need to actually, like, have some level of the dimension already bleeding into this reality. Alright, so we got a bear, and we got a maiden. And a monster. Okay, so we got new dolls we could be working with. Alright. Oh, cool, it was just the chain. So, yeah. I guess, alright, next question is... Where the fuck? Oh! So, did they create a Beauty and the Beast fiction by having a lady with a bear? And then this was, like, for the bear? Barley the Burr in another universe. Fuck you, Crow. So... there anything else in this hunter's lodge? Oh no, there's a locked door. Oh, I bet you the locked door is over here, isn't it? Yeah, the locked door was on this side.
More of those rhymes.
Alright, let's have a read of a rhyme. A young woman, eager and smart, ventured into the woods, the beast's lair. The king of the forest stole her heart, and together they now live without a care. So... Nope. A young woman, eager and smart, ventured into the woods. The king of the forest stole her heart, and together they now live without a care. So, maiden.
Makes sense.
Alright. So that was the... So that was like the secret thingy-majiggy. Hopefully there isn't a bear back upstairs. Because I don't know if I'd be ready to fight a bear with a pistol in my hand. Ooh. Oh. So the dark place manifested... Yeah, they manifested the bear and what have you. And we get ourselves a little memento. Alright, so we've got a charge, attack, stagger, enemies more often, increasing the maximum health. Increase damage dealt while undetected by enemies. That's kind of cool, but we're not really doing undetectable... We're not really undetected by the enemy all that often, so... Yeah. Interesting to find you there. Although now I've lost track as to where you were. How did I lose track of a body? You literally died right in front of me. Oh well, goes to show. You can't trust me with a gun. I would be irresponsible and I wouldn't know where to put the body. Don't trust me with trying to dispose of a body, chat. Alrighty. So oh, hello. Did we get the what's-a-mahoozy from here? Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, we did. Okay. Hold on. I don't know if I locked my door. Chat, I'm just gonna really quickly. Sorry, this is a very paranoid me thing. Okay, just give me a minute as I double check whether or not I have locked my door. Okay, just a quick 30 seconds. The customary fallow for a very attractive streamer because horse Zeebs. There doesn't need to be quotation marks beside attractive. I am attractive. I am handsome. I am sexy as fuck. Attractive with quotation marks. How dare. Cats. Here's some fish for the cats. Thankfully, I did lock my door. So someone pointed this out to me like the last time I was streaming. There is nothing to be concerned about. The door is locked. I am relatively safe. It's a shame this game doesn't have fast travel. Okay, so we want to go to the left. Thank you for the bullets.
Remember where I put them?
You sure you're not on the air?
Yeah, green means off, red means on. Or was it? No, that's right. I need a red light here.
Oh, another rhyme.
Cool. I got myself another rhyme. 3 little deers ventured to roam and found a nice place to eat and play. 1 little deer never came home, and 2 of the deers cried all day. Deer?
Yeah.
Huh.
I can use this charm on my bracelet.
I'm very gun-ho, if I say so myself.
And another lunchbox.
There we go. I lowered my rifle, standing on the car's roof. I looked out at the carnage. The zombies had almost won, but luckily I was here. Heroes are sometimes the people we least expect them to be. Now my town was finally safe. Thanks to me, I slung the hot piece of iron over my shoulder one more time. Hopefully for the last time. The townspeople, cautiously emerging from their hiding places, surveyed the same carnage I saw and cheered my name. And I waved and they cheered again. Now I could finally get back to my quiet, unassuming life, reading books and gardening and fiber crafts and being the world's top mycology expert. Suddenly, a hand seized my wrist. I looked into the eyes of the sweet, sensitive rider I had known since childhood. A smile spread across his beautiful, kind face, and I felt at peace for the first time since the zombies had emerged. You did it. I knew you could. Now we can live in peace together for the rest of our days. That is some fan fiction nonsense if ever I read. Alright, so the deer is dead. That's a shame. We reload you. Now, as far as I know, that is basically everything. So yeah, we can't get to the cult stash because we need bolt cutters there. It looks like there are cult chests we could be opening elsewhere. But some of the doors and what have you are locked. So we're just gonna double back to our door. Once we get the bolt cutters, I'll probably make it an offline thing instead. But once we get the bolt cutters, there's definitely going to be a revisit to some of these places, because I know the bolt cutters can be used in several different locations. Alright, where's the shoebox? There's the shoebox. You can go into there. You can go up here. Increase resilience against getting staggered or interrupted. Honestly, that is a pretty good charm, which attacks stagger enemies more often. Tempting. You can go into there. Your shotgun ammo, which is going to go into, just going to stay there. Your throwable propane tanks, you're going to go there. I'll have you go here. Alright, reload you. Hi there, Infra! Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. I'm having a pretty good time. I've only like just started back up again. Every time I play this game, however, this is like there we go. Yeah, was a bit confused with the zombie at first. I didn't think of it as hissing and stuttering. I thought it was genuine beatboxing. Well, they're not explicitly zombies. They're more like they're taken, like the quote-unquote darkness took over them, is what happened. All right, so the cult stash is over there. So yeah, so the cult stash is somewhere around here then. But I can barely see shit. Oh, it's up there. I see. Alrighty. Alright, here we go. No wonder I didn't see this earlier. More literal zombies, like possessed and unwilling servitude, not so much the dead rising yet. Yeah.
Another cult box.
There we go. I found another dead taken over the cookie for Hawaiian pizza. Here's your cookie, Hawaiian pizza. I found another dead taken over by the radio tower. Looked like it was bashed to death. There was a lunchbox and some weird knitting by the corpse too. I took care of the body, but that's the third one this month. Everyone keep your eyes peeled. We need to find this guy and let him know the cult of the tree means business. Okay. Also, hi there, Hawaiian Pizza. Hopefully you're doing alright. I am just doing a little bit of... I'm just doing a little bit of exploring of the area before I head back to the car. So I found, like, some pieces of, random, like, manuscript pieces, which is used for upgrading weapons, and then, some more dolls and what have you. Also, hi there, Izzy. It's actually quite complicated. They're not possessed per se exactly either. Closer to... Yeah, so... They have, like, these,
What if we held hands as a treat?
They can't be saved, and when they die, they dissipate. Yeah, they dissipate. Also, hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see that you've at least said something in the chat before you decide to jump scare me in the VC. Because I'm gonna be real with you. If you did just slip into the VC all of a sudden, I think I would actually get startled. This game makes me scared, and it does jump scares and other bullshit like you wouldn't believe. It's fucking bullshit. But yeah, Izzy is correct. They are, because the thing is that they're not like zombies where they're like, you know, mindless like 100%. Like they're still like they can say things. It's more like having like unresolved business is still inside them, and the quote unquote darkness. Hello, lady.
Quite the show that Archie fella put on today, eh?
I loved it. I had half of mine.
Hey, how's it going?
Moose Fest. Coffee World. Water's Own Nessie. Where's Ati? Because Ati was here. Ati and the janitors. Look at that. We can switch realities from here. Hey, look at that. We can open the container here. More bullets. Excellent. But we can't get to the stage, which is a little unfortunate. Darn. You just mentioned how much the game scared you, and then the ad breaks jump scared you with a scene from the new Black Phone movie. I'm so sorry you got hit with an advertisement. Unresolved business is very literal. Whatever is left of the taken are usually whatever is related to their job or whatever the most pertinent thought was going through their head. Yeah. Unresolved business. Because, like, the darkness doesn't, like, take dead people is the thing. The darkness just takes people. Like, that's the crux. That's the trick.
Well, at least the flooding's gone down.
Yeah, but the fish aren't biting any better.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I bet if I was playing this game with, like, ray tracing and all this other kinds of, bullshit and such, I reckon this would be a very visually pleasing game, and then the god rays would be, like, oh, so powerful. Here is something to be scared of. Pay your debts. You forgot to turn off the stove. You... hang on, and let me... Pay your debts. You forgot to turn off your stove. Do you think you left the lights on before you left? What's for dinner tonight? Now, is this game going to do the audio hitching thing again? Because it did that last time. Yep, there we go. It did the audio hitching again. Interesting that it only does it at the loading sequence. Like, I'm pretty sure this is a loading sequence right now. Elderwood Palace Lodge.
Alan Wake. My name comes up, your books come up, you come up. I've read them. There are echoes of my life in there that makes me feel like someone's been watching me.
Uh-oh.
What happened to Alan Wake? The unanswered mystery. Never expected to find you alive.
Okay.
My head's killing me.
I think you like using people, Wake. Taking their lives and twisting them into your stories. And when someone gets hurt, it's kick-ass material for the next one. Shit! Spilled my coffee.
Take it you're not a fan then, Agent Casey.
This is not your playground, and I'm not your fucking creation.
It doesn't work that way. You can't make something out of nothing, even in the dark place where the rules hardly apply. It's very complicated to make fiction come true. I saw visions of what's happening, what will happen. Dreams. I tried to use them in my writing. I understand how dangerous it is now. Even with a paralyzing amount of planning. I think I stopped writing. I think I gave up. But there's a manuscript. Maybe I forgot not to write. The dark place makes you forget.
Huh.
I just want to fix this. Find a version of the story that fixes everything.
Shut up!
Uh-oh.
Get down!
Oh, they are being very, very open.
FBI!
We want the rider!
No one else needs to get hurt! Fuck off!
Well, good start to negotiations. They want the rider, we tell them fuck off. They shoot guns, we will most likely shoot back.
Hey, what are you doing?
Let's go.
It's close!
Stay down!
Wait, I need a gun!
No chance. FBI!
Casey! Look out! It's coming!
Oh, maybe the events that happened in the dark place that got Agent Casey killed there is what's gonna happen here as well. We need to go back into the dark place. Come on. Wake up, Alan. Alan, wake up. We need to go to the dark place, Alan. Alan, wake up. I don't like this. Alan, wake up. Hello. Also, hopefully chat enjoys this moody lighting. Oh, that is horrifying. That there's just fucking guts all over the place now. What the shit?
Hold it! Free!
I had escaped the dark place. So had the dark presence. Scratch. He was here, in Bright Falls.
Oh, I'm just
Feel
covered.
a growing pressure in my head, stronger by the minute. Why didn't he kill me with the rest? What did he want?
He needs you to
I
write.
needed to find Casey. We were on the same side in this fight. Strength in numbers.
Nope, that doesn't help.
I need to protect myself. A gun and a flashlight. How nostalgic.
Ooh, and a shotgun. Cool.
That's Casey. He was still alive.
There we go.
Light. Darkness.
That was a very risky melee, but it worked in my favor. Meanwhile, Blue is gonna go try the hunting horn. Best of luck to him.
These were the cultists the FBI were after. Were they letting themselves be taken? Or did the Dark Presence not discriminate?
Oh, they do not give us a lot of bullets, do they? Alright, let's not be wasteful with the bullets then. More flooding.
In the woods!
I don't... How did I... I only have the one shotgun shell, so that's not great. I need to get to Agent Casey. He might have a better chance than...
The pressure in my head was unbearable. Scratch was getting closer. Stronger than ever.
Casey! Look out! It's him! Scratch!
Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck you.
Fuck. The pressure eased off. Scratch was further away. I could think again. Casey.
He must be in the,
Fuck.
Come on, Alan. Sprint!
Casey!
Oh! There was someone else in the shadows rather than just me or Casey. Never mind, it's just me and Casey now. Ah.
FBI, drop the knife! Elmo?
Suggy, you don't understand!
What the what?
FBC! Stay down!
Oh!
Alan Wade. Agent Anderson. Agent Kieran Estevez, Federal Bureau of Control. We'll take it from here. Out cold.
Wait, this is my case.
This is no longer an FBI investigation. The case has been transferred to us.
This is bullshit.
Noted. We're moving the evidence and paperwork from your field office to our base of operation at the sheriff's station. Any other pieces of evidence with you? Anything relevant?
The clicker. I can't trust them with it. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. Then your work here is done. Hey, you did well.
Wait! My partner, Agent Casey's MIA.
We'll look for him.
He's my partner, damn it!
Agent?
I should be...
Go home.
Careful moving weight.
As if.
I think he's a para-utilitarian.
No. Fuck this. I was so close to getting the clicker to wake. I'm not done here. Not until I find Casey. Not until my family is safe from this horror story.
Alright. So that's that part done.
I drifted far, I was lost at sea. The shore was gone, it was nowhere to be seen. A diver sinking under.
Alright.
Tor and Odin were in the photo with the clicker. They might know how it works. I'm off the case, but I can still visit family.
Don't put your flashlight away.
It's Tor, your grandfather. About time you were coming to visit, kiddo.
How did you know I was coming to see you?
Never mind that. We have bigger problems. We're losing. Oh, fuck. Fuck you, you fucking hag. Fuck.
Shit. Something is off at that nursing home.
Alright. Alright, let's have a look at our case board now.
Tor and Odin might know something about the clicker. With Wake out of reach, this is my best lead.
Alright. So what do they know about the clicker?
Ilma Koskela stood in front of the small gathering of Coffee World employees and bikers. He read from a piece of paper. Mocha was a wonderful moose who deserves a place of honor in the Hall of the Calavella Knights. His skull will become the crown of the Grand Master, the dead brought back to life. There was polite applause. After the service, Ilmo had the body hauled off to be turned into moose steaks. Mulligan and Thornton were told to get the head cleaned. They both grabbed an antler. What the hell, Thornton? I got it, Mulligan. They brought the skull into the workshop to boil it and bleach it. They grumbled. Wanted to just get it fucking done. It was just a stupid animal. But I guess moose steak is never a mistake, huh?
Moose steak is never a mistake. Huh. Alright.
Give me that leg, boy.
No, I'm not giving you my leg, Sir Dragon. It's not even Halloween yet. And then... So we don't understand their motive. Alright. Cult stashes. We found a few more areas. We found a bear. There is a lot of fucking dolls.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. You busy. You busy doing the hunting horn. Down to the ranger's cabin. We got the 4 there. And then more Alex Casey lunch boxes. So we found another one watery. We don't know who left these. And we didn't get many done in the Bright Falls area. Alan's baked? Close. Alrighty, so... Pull cutters are needed there. Cult stash is down there. Another cult stash is there. Alright, so we know where the cult stashes are. They're in a few places. And then we've done all the profiling we can here. And we can do upgrades here on the pistol and the sawn-off. So we got 30 pieces. Increase the reload speed. Deals increased damage that are stunned, blinded, or knocked down. Hey! Bolts lodged into enemies will check bullets fired near them. Hmm.
Saga was sure she had hit the Taken in the head, but had not even slowed the monster down. She took aim and fired again. Another headshot. This time, the Taken staggered.
Interesting. So when you do like the what's-mahoozies, they interesting. Increase reload speed. Here we go.
In one fluid motion, Saga cracked open the shotgun, sending
Bang.
the empty hulls flying over her shoulder, and slammed the new shells in faster than she had imagined possible.
Cool. So the manuscript pieces like give us new manuscript pages from the sounds of it. Oh no, it doesn't look like it. Darn. All right, we gotta head to Valhalla now. Anything here? No. All right, so that's fine. Oh, a manuscript page. The history of Valhalla's thingamadook.
I don't care what gender you are.
No,
Put on the maid outfit.
Why would you do this to me? This total. Ugh, this is so emasculating.
Another one of those rhymes.
Okay. Oh, is there... So we got moose. So we got a child. And some toys here. Most likely the child's going to be used here. Mother, may I go outside? May I run and play? I say to you, my daughter dear, go outside and play, but only in the light of day, and only round the tree so grown. Never near the lake, my child, and never may you drown. Hmm.
Huh.
There we go. Although that's made no difference to the immediate area. Oh, hello. Ooh, okay. Alright, I don't get it. So there's a helicopter there. Hmm. This don't make much sense.
Another locked box.
The cult of the tree sees everything! No, you fucking don't. Didn't see that. Okay, so I just got my shirt back on. I flinched because of getting a shirt back on. Hmm. And it's not back in here. Alright, put the rifle ammo back in here. Put you there. Put you here. Batteries and the bullets and the... Hmm. No idea what happened to the whatsamahoozies. That wolf is bullshit. Fuck you. Fuck the wolves. These guys are...
There's another lunchbox.
Thank you for the lunchbox. Just then, I suddenly slammed into something that I felt like a sturdy, well-built brick wall. I almost felt... I don't care. I don't care for the fanfic. I liked when it was, you know, just silly little kids, like, stories and what have you, not fanfic nonsense. Alright, so there's a truck here. And there should be a cultist thing. Yep, there's a cultist thing there. If I can get to it. There are 200 total vehicles in a factory consisting of bicycles and cars. Each car has 4 wheels and each bike has 2 wheels. There are a total of 754 wheels in the factory. How many cars are in the factory? Wait, so there are 200 vehicles in a factory consisting of bicycles and cars. Each car has 4 wheels, and each bicycle has 2 wheels. Okay, so... Alright, so if you went for the full 200 vehicles that were cars, you would have 4 wheels to a car, which means you'd have 800 wheels. But that's too many. Hi there, Velk. So, I can do this. I can do this fucking math. Alright, so, you've got 8... So... maximum 200 vehicles. If all of them were cars, you'd have 800 wheels, but that's too many wheels. So we need to get rid of... So there needs to be less than 200 cars, and we can get... Hang on, let me get the calculator out. So... where's my... Why isn't it not showing the calculator? Hang on a second, hang on a second. Calculator, here we go. Cookie for DJ Atomica. Here's your cookie. All right, so we have a total of... $754 divided by 4? No, because, like, so... 754... Wait, no, 800... So, 800 minus 754 means that there has to be... So we need 46 less cars. So there's... So 46 less cars. $48 wheels gets you 12 less cars. 11.5. Okay, so 46 wheels left. So 46 divided by 2 equals... Wait, hang on. Okay, there's a total 754. Oh, okay, so there's 754 wheels. So... So something plus bicycles plus however many cars equals 200. So there's a total of 200 vehicles. So hang on. So 46 less wheels. 754 divided by 4 equals 188.5. Now, we're getting lost in the math. We're getting lost in the math. All right, hang on. So, you can have a total of 200 vehicles. And they can be of bicycles or cars. Cars give you 4 wheels, bicycles give you 2. So, and we want to try and end up with 754 wheels. So, 754 divided by 4 equals 185 cars. So if we go 188 times by 4 equals 752. Hang on. So... Hang on, I can do this. I can do this math. So, because it's less, so it is less than 200. And if we only had so it's so it's less than 200 cars. And if we had 2, so we'd have 400, which means it's greater. There are a total of 754. So 12 times 2 equals 24. So... Is it really just 188? Okay, somehow it gets to 177, so that's the answer. So somehow, with that puzzle, so 177 times by 4 equals 708 wheels. So you brute force that. Hey! I solved it. I solved the puzzle, all right? I didn't start all the way up from 200. I solved it. I solved it, okay? I think that counts. It's very ungentlemanly of you. How the fuck were... Blue's just upset because I solved it before he did. Did you get to 177 before I did? I don't think so. I think Blue is upset because I got to the answer before Blue did. Chat, type 1 if you solved the puzzle before Blue. How many of you solved the puzzle? Raise your hand. I don't remember the solution to this. There was one. I don't remember it. I'm sure DJ doesn't either. So... Oh, that's... Okay, I'm gonna be real. You know what, chat? I'm gonna Google this. Give me a minute. I want to know how the fuck did they actually want me to, Oh, and grab the flare. Give me a second. I'm gonna look up how they actually wanted me to solve this. Give me a second. So, Alan Wake 2 factory puzzle. Here we go. Car and bicycle math problem. Let's go with this one. The puzzle. There are 200 total vehicles in a factory consisting of bikes and vehicles. Each car has 4 wheels and each bicycle has 2 wheels. There are a total of 754 wheels. How many cars are in the factory? How come the answer is 177? There is plenty chance even the car only had 1 and remaining 750 and the right? The following system of equations, which represents the problem, is linearly independent and therefore has only one solution. Okay, so 4x plus 2y equals 754. So x plus y equals 200. So 2 x plus y. Also, you can't see what I'm reading because of the... So, okay, so x was... All right, so 2x plus y plus 2x equals 754. So 2x equals 754 minus 2 of x plus y. X equals 754 minus 2x minus 2y divided by 2. How did you wait, how did they jump to that? That doesn't make any sense. So, like, how did they do that? I don't know why it works as... I'm not very good at math and I just used intuition. 200 times 2 equals 400. 754 minus 400 equals 354. 354 divided by 2 equals 177. I'm so jealous of that kind of intuition, though I may have figured out why it works. I'm good at figuring out how it works. So, is the maximum number of wheels used if all vehicles were bicycles? 700 minus is the leftover of all the wheels if all vehicles were bicycles, unaccounted for. And since we know they are accounted for because there are 754 of them, have 2 pairs of wheels, 1 pair is the least we can work with, and our vehicle already has 1 pair in it, then the leftover 200 for cars, since we have just 754 wheels and can't use more wheels than we have, which is negative 46, i.e. 23 negative. So 200 vehicles minus 23 vehicles with only 1 pair of wheels is 177. Same idea expressed differentially. By scaling down the wheels by 2 to the smallest unit, we can work with a wheel pair. So 754 divided by equals 300. actual number of existing wheel pairs. 377 minus 200 equals, i.e. 300 minus 200 vehicles of at least one. What? How are we getting? We are getting so many different answers. So, because I was thinking of doing this. I think this is what I was trying to do, was that, you know, 800 minus 754 equals 46. 46 divided by 2 is 23. 23 bicycles, 177 cars. So that could have been it. Gaussian elimination. Your intuition is quite brilliant. So 2b plus 4c equals 754. 1b equals 1c equals 200. Oh, no. That is fucking painful. I was taught to solve it like so y equals 200 minus x. And then, so 4x plus 2, okay, so the 2y is 200 minus x. So we're substituting y as, you know, 200 minus x. So 754, which means, so then we've got 4x minus 2x equals, huh? How did you jump from there to there? Like, I can understand it being a quadratic equation, but I'm gonna be real with you. I'm kind of lost on how he did this jump here. Like, how did he do that jump there? Because 704, so because we want to, is because, oh, so because this is toes, so 2 times 200 is 400 minus 2 times x is 2x, so that would make it 400 minus 4x. Oh, sorry, minus 2x. So then we move the so okay, all right, hang on. Let me get paint open. Oh, Jesus. All right. So the way this is hilarious. Hang on, chat. Ding. Dong. Hang on. So this is how, so what they're explaining is that, that's too big. All right. So the way they got to 4x plus 2 parentheses 200 minus x. So what they did is they expanded that out. So that would become 4x plus 400, because 2 times 200 is 400, 2 times x is 2x minus 2x. So that's what they got to, which would then equal like 754. So then what they did next is they moved the so they then moved this over to there. So they grabbed that area there, leaving you with 4x minus 2x equals 754 minus 400. And then because you had that, you were then left with 2x, because 4x minus 2x is 2x. So imagine the x's aren't there. Equals, and then if we get, and then, you know, that number there, which is 354. So then to figure out what x is, we get rid of this 2 and change it from a times into a divide, which would then equal 177. Is that correct? Hang on a second. Now I gotta whip out the calculator again. So x equals So 354 divided by 2 equals, yeah, 177. Simple, chat. Simple. Jesus Christ. The fucking quadratic equation. Fuck you, quadratic equation. How goes the hunting horn, Blue? Did you solve it? Are you being a good hunting horn user now? Look, I can do the math, okay? I can do the math. It's just I, you know, didn't want to use my brain. It is getting a bit to get the hang of. Well, yeah, you gotta be musically inclined.
Tor and Odin claim to be my family. I know Logan and I never lived here. But I don't know enough about my family history to say they're not my relatives. Mom only ever said my grandfather was bad news. The less I knew about him, the better.
Vote Mayor Settler to sit in the
office.
Yep. Alright, so we can't go in there. So all we have is the retirement home. What do you mean you really shouldn't have used 2 X's? What do you mean? Explain yourself, Izzy.
Saga had slid into a nightmare. A growing amount of evidence said her daughter was dead. Saga couldn't accept that. Wake said it could be undone. But Wake was gone, in the custody of the Federal Bureau of Control. Casey, her only ally, was gone too. She was alone. Agent Estevez had pulled rank on her, stonewalled her, shut her out.
X is the number of cars, Y is the number of bikes.
She needed
Yep.
answers. Tor and Odin Anderson would have some. A family visit then. No one could blame her for that. Saga was trapped in a horror story. It was manifesting itself around her like the darkness of a mental illness, pushing her deeper and deeper.
Yeah. Old gods.
For visitors, you know. I was just getting them. Oh, Saga? What's up?
Hello, Rose. Thought I'd swing by, see the family. Not a bad time, is it?
Oh, no. I was just, you know, tidying I'm so glad you're visiting again, Saga. But Odin and Tor can't see anyone today.
What?
I was just on the phone with Tor. He invited me over.
Sorry. They had a little too much fun on our trip to Watery and need to rest.
I need an excuse to get in and talk to them. That's too bad. Okay if I say hi to the other residents before I go?
Why are you like this?
They always love visitors. Come on in.
Also,
Not smart to be outside when the sun goes down.
I love the architecture. I always dreamed of living in a haunted Victorian manor.
You say that like it's your first time here.
also, I see she is still...
Another one of those lunch boxes.
She's the one laying down the lunch boxes. You are strong, you are successful, and you are confident. Damn, wish I had those. Yeah. I want it to be known that I got to the, like, even though I didn't use, like, the proper equation or anything like that, I got to the answer before Blue did. Alan Wake's crime novels have become the sensation of the nation. Join us as we flip through the pages of the man behind the books. Folks Magazine. How has your life changed since your books became so popular? I have to do a lot more magazine interviews. Other than that, it's not so different. You are hilarious. I can see why you're a writer. So what do you do to get your creative juices flowing? Writing is a very solitary journey. When I'm working, I like to be alone in a room with my manuscript. There, I can wrestle with the story, get inside the heads of my characters. Sounds exhausting, and yet you find plenty of energy to party, right? Word on the street is you've been enjoying the New York nightlife. Any favorite spots? I'd prefer if we could
focus on the writing. Definitely. Although I'm sure our writers would love to know where they can find New York's hottest writer on Saturday night. Are you working on a new book? Yes, on some level, I'm always working on the next story. Right now, I'm looking into something different, a departure from what people would expect, something new. Be careful with that. People don't always like new. So what role does the beautiful Alice Wake play in your work? Is she your muse? Alice keeps me stable. She's an anchor, stopping the waves from carrying me too far out to sea. Alan Wake, the bad boy of fiction. Bestseller author sets a feisty new tone for writers. Alan Wake is an author best known for his Alex Casey books, a series of thrilling novels that reinvigorated the crime genre. But Wake isn't just known for his literary works, he's also famous among New York's most exclusive clubs as a late-night party animal. This author is redefining what it means to be a writer. Gone are the days of isolated figures hunched over typewriters in dark rooms. Wake is a man who hits the town in style, a regular at the hottest spot in city, happy to see and be seen. The people, and the paparazzis, can't get enough of him. But it's not just his social calendar that makes the writer stand out from his peers. Artists are famous for their tempers, but Wake is in a completely different orbit. Damaging property, giving photographers black eyes, avoiding lawsuits. This writer is a train full of rage, and you better get off the tracks. Like a punk rocker, Wake is grabbing musty old stereotypes and smashing them to pieces. This is one rebel to keep an eye out for. I was wondering if you could help me, longing internally. We'll serve you pancakes. You're my muse all along, Reyes. Where is Alan Wake? The best-selling author known for his Alex Casey novels is being reported missing in the town of Bright Falls, Washington. Mr. Wake's wife, Alice Wake, has not given any comments on the case, but is confirmed to have been the one to report her husband's disappearance to the authorities. The mysteries surrounding the novelist's disappearance don't stop there. Other individuals from the town were reported missing within a similar time frame. It is unclear whether these disappearances are connected. Wake's literary agent, Barry Wheeler, has indicated he has no information to provide, despite having been seen with Mr. Wake in Bright Falls just before the author's disappearance. The writer Alan Wake has a history of violence towards the press and is rumored to have struggled with addiction. The story will be updated as it unfolds. She might be a little bit obsessed with him. Just a little bit. Just a little. Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. Olivety letter 32 spotted. Wait, what? Where? What are you looking at? Rock around the rocking chair? What are you looking at? Are you talking about, like, the font? The typewriter make and brand. Oh. Yeah, I don't have that kind of tism. I don't have like typewriter-tism. I'm one of those. I'm a very poor autistic.
Hello, Jakob. Looks like another perfect morning in paradise.
The Valhalla was established in 2014 by the Old Gods Foundation, originally built in 1965 by an unknown architect for the Finnish filmmaker Thomas Zane. This manor is steeped in artistic history. I met Thor Odin and Tor Anderson in 2012 in a strange trip that resulted in a strange new friendship. I was honored to manage their band as they made their comeback, touring the country and producing revolutionary new music. However, all good things must come to an end. Valhalla is a place of rest. In that spirit, I hope this building will serve as a place where people can spend their golden years in peace and comfort. May it be a home to those who need one. What do you mean, you're a himbo being autistic is practically a requirement?
Organic coffee from Old Deer Diner. Oh, wow. I've heard that the health benefits of this coffee include increased energy, improved eyesight,
Old gods of Asgard.
connection to animals.
So Odin and Tor had a band and everything.
You are always prepared for what
Nice.
comes.
Don't mind me as I rummage through all the drawers picking up. Also, why are you keeping firearms around the old people?
I feel like $1 million. Thanks, Old Deer Diner coffee. Right, Foles blend organic coffee.
Thought I'd lost you. Here's some of our residents, or as I like to call them, our little Vikings.
Look who swung by, everyone. Norman, clothes. Norman, we have a visitor. Where are your clothes?
I'm headed back to the sauna with Artie.
Just another day in Valhalla. I should really get back to work, Saga. But feel free to spend some time with Mandy May and Norman here. It's good for them to have company.
Tor and Odin are here somewhere. Need to find them. That's some fascinating knitwork, Mandy May. What's your inspiration?
Oh,
Hi there, Jack.
I don't know. It is what it wants to be. Taking a break from making those little ornaments for Rose. Do you knit?
I dabbled when I was pregnant. Socks, mittens, the usual stuff.
Oh, how about knitting me some underwear?
One more crude remark from you, Norman, and I'll put this needle in your ear.
Do either of you know where I could find Tor and Odin?
Odin is sleeping upstairs, but your
You're off to
grandpa
bed, not to worry, Sky.
acting crazy. He got electrocuted when he smashed the telephone.
Don't make up stories. Tor went loopy and smacked himself in the head with that hammer he's always carrying around.
Tor is hurt. Something's wrong with him. Was Tor hurt badly?
He never let go of that hammer when he got electrocuted. It looked like a bolt of lightning hit him. Wham! Zap!
Thank goodness Blum took the hammer away from him. It's not Tor's hammer, no matter what he keeps saying. Blum has his moments, even if he is a Russian.
Mandy May, you can't say stuff like that.
So he's sexist and she's racist. Good for them. How am I doing? I'm doing as good
Are
as can be.
you planning to go watch the Deer Fest parade, Mandy May?
And sit in a crowd of noisy drunks all day.
Ati, this
I'd
is your
rather
home.
stick
You
this
don't
knitting
need to
needle
keep
in my
cleaning.
ear.
Artie?
Take that mop away, but I know you'll just find it again.
Artie!
But once after being told no, why rest when you are bored to work? Agree.
And you know Mr. Blum doesn't like it when you take his work clothes.
Artie!
Yes, box Holy Ray. Just thinking about it makes my dance foot waggle. Oh, kyllä näin on.
I remember you from Control. You were a kook then, but you were a kook in a house of mystery. You were a nice, positive ray of sunshine there.
Hello there. Saga Anderson.
Eipä siinä. Name won't make the man worse. Even a Swedish name. I'm Ahti.
Anything good on that jukebox?
You made some coffee? Good for
Try to
you.
do good, but only Prime comes out. Music from my Swedish brothers, old gods of Asgard. My pals, the Perkele Vikings. Perkele.
Perkele.
Do you know where I could find the Andersons?
Oh, you can never know where. Only a seaman can know that. But even the seaman can't know everything.
Fair enough. Thanks anyway. Were you in the band?
Minäkö? No. Perkele saatana, en ollut. Not so much sweet that it fills
I wonder if he's actually, like, retired now from the Federal Bureau of Control at this point, or if he's just, like, you know, he's just, this is his holiday, so to speak.
Sorry, Saga. That area's for staff only.
You said I'd been here before. When was the last time I visited? Let's see exactly what she thinks she remembers.
Oh, it's been years. We were all so sad when you left. After the accident.
Oh,
that.
My daughter didn't drown. You're remembering wrong. She's at home watching Nights.
I think it was implied this is where he went to during his holiday from Control. Ah, okay.
It's useless. I need to stop the story. Mandy May and Norman said Tor is hurt. Why didn't you mention that earlier?
Oh, you mean the little bump on his noggin? It's nothing. The residents like to exaggerate.
Uh-huh. I need to check Tor's room. What's in the wellness center?
Oh, that's where we provide our health services to the residents. We have a rehab facility, dining area, and beds for special round-the-clock care. To stay young, stay limber.
Interesting that she's gone from, like, you know, the diner to now being a nurse. I didn't think she was doing multiple jobs. So the song revives the soul. Good for you. Ahti, never change. Be true to yourself. Excuse me while I rummage through all these drawers. Deer!
On greener pastures now.
I wonder what her infatuation is with the deer. Like, don't get me wrong, deers are cool and all, but why is she petting them? Shoebox. I can put the health kit away. Put you away, put you away. I don't need both of you. Put you away. And that way we have all of that section free. And then, yeah.
Very old. The government
shouldn't
came
Yeah.
here during World War II to watch the ocean for Axis navies and who knows what else. Ever since they sealed the bunker, it's been a hot spot for teens. The Ocean View Motel and Spa, they call it. Ironically, I believe. They go there to enjoy their beer and their vapes and electronic cigarettes.
Their vapes and their electronic cigarettes. You can tell that he just hates.
So,
Need to find the key.
do other stuff that isn't appropriate.
I mean, given how the town is rapidly hemorrhaging people both in residence and in tourists, I'd imagine people have to pick up the slack. That is true. You are right about that little tidbit.
This is Tor's room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of broken nonsense.
This place is a mess. And Tor's not here. I need to keep looking. More moonshine. Was this a drunken rampage?
Possibly. And then someone
Excuse me, miss, but you don't see me barging into your room while you're performing mental and physical strengthening exercises, do you? I thought not.
Sorry. Don't mind me.
And now I have to start over.
I'll just close the door for you. Don't worry about it. Okay, and this is Odin's room.
Odin's in bad shape. He was drunk and watery. Or is this something more serious? Can you hear me, Odin?
Odin? He looks worse than when we saw him back at Watery.
Odin Addison? Can you hear me? I need to ask you a couple of questions. Odin? He's in no shape to talk.
To drink from the cup of the wise one, for wisdom to be a seer, I gave up my eye in the light of the moon to shine and see the many worlds of madness and beyond, across the dark dreaming sea, the branching paths of the tree. I gave up my eye so many times. We have lived and died and be reborn. We have met here before, and will keep on meeting still. Where did I put the eye? Before time, I gave it to Mimir to drink from the well of wisdom. I took it out myself to see, drank the moonshine. 1988, he would stand on the threshold, took it from me. The time will come again to be writ again. Alright, let's do some profiling on Odin.
Odin's in rough shape. What happened to him?
These are our twilight years. There's darkness in the water. We have our little tricks. And so do you.
What's happening? It's never felt this way before.
You're all grown up, Saga, dearest.
This is new.
And you're back just in time. The forces of darkness are eating away at us. We're too old and weak. You have the power in you, like all Andersons.
What was that?
Huh.
He wasn't a projection. Odin was really here. We were connected.
Still odd that we do these projection things, but...
Is that why this is happening? I've never connected to someone like this in my mind place before. How is this happening?
I was glad to answer your call. Vikings are born travelers. You are a seer. You can see the truth.
Huh.
But your grandpa will want to tell you more himself. Wouldn't want to steal his thunder. Tor is in danger. You can save him.
Is my mind place more than just a mental technique? Sometimes my mind place even baffles me. Is this the reason?
Color me curious.
Is there something more than intuition behind it? One thing at a time.
You remember how you asked how the fuck Saga would have known about things that shouldn't be possible? Yeah, I like earlier on. It's like I don't remember. Like when we were conversing with the Bookers here, and we were doing like the Cult of the Tree and the Cauldron Lake. Like, how did we hear the things that the Bookers were talking about when they didn't say it in the game yet?
You said Tor is in danger. What's going on?
Darkness is drawn to the spark. Tor only thinks with his hammer, never his head. The Prince of fucking Darkness is making a comeback. Tor's marked by darkness.
Ozymandias?
I can feel it.
Oh no, not Ozymandias. What's his name?
And then take me. Beware of Cynthia Weaver. Bad things happen in the wellness center. Don't
Ozzy Osbourne, that's his
drag
name.
him under, Saga.
Does Prince of Darkness refer to Scratch? Is Tor becoming taken? I need to find him before it's too late. Stop this before more people get hurt. I found a photograph of you with the cultists. How are you involved?
We're too old for this brand of crazy, but we'll drink with anyone who's offering. The cult's been on our asses to join for years. But we already have our band, and those damn fools don't know what they're dealing with. No wonder they want a pair of legends.
Tor and Odin are not part of the cult. The cult thinks there's something special about Tor and Odin. I'm starting to see it too. I found Wake's clicker. What can you tell me about it?
Cut off from Tom's lamp. It washed to the shore. Good work getting the light switch. The light switch is like an amp. You can play rock and roll without it, but you won't blow anyone away. Art, like Tom's writing, can change the world. But the light switch will crank that change to 11.
The clicker has the power to change the story. To save Logan. This confirms what Wake said. I can't let Scratch get his hands on the clicker. By Tom's writing, Odin must mean Wake.
Well, no, because Thomas Zane was a poet, and he was doing shit as well.
The Valhalla Nursing Home, founded in 2014 for Odin and Tor Anderson of the Old Gods of Asgard fame, for their twilight years. Built after the return comeback tour, flip-flopped to be their farewell tour, cut short, canceled. As their agent, Barry Wheeler had managed to coax a few hit songs out of them before that.
Oh, Barry was responsible.
A couple of others. The old men rocked like their namesakes. The backstage parties got out of hand. The air was thick with smoke. Wheeler squinted. His migraine flared, booze and drugs. A rock and roll cliche. They ran off after every gig. Wheeler had security track them down to the craziest after parties.
That's kind of cool that Barry from the first game, who was Alan's agent, then became Sons of What's-a-Mahoozy, or the Old Gods of Asgard's stuff. Alright, so on the 3rd floor we got Mandy, Main, Ati, Cynthia. We've already been to the point of interest. We can't get to the basement. There we go. Now we got the Anderson brothers. Art, like Alan's right, has the power to change reality, and the clicker magnifies that change.
The clicker makes Wake's writing change reality. Can I trust him with that much power? Not sure I have a choice. Tor is not okay. Something is definitely going on here.
Alright, so that was that. Fact versus fiction. Meanwhile... While the cult has been trying to recruit them for years, Thor and Odin rejected all of their offers. Thor and Odin.
Okay.
They're not cult members. There's more cult stashes in the Bright Falls area. Then if we go with the nursery rhymes, so we found... So that's in the Bright Falls area as well. So there we go. So there's only potentially one more doll we need to find. So we need to talk to Rose, find Thor, talk to Odin's. Yeah, you're too sick, so... Oh, hello.
That woman in the painting looks like Mom.
The Anderson farm from 1989.
Or is this more of the story?
Always dreamed of seeing New York.
in a fancy hotel.
Authorities, they searched
This
the
will put a smile back on your face, my dear.
Sorry?
Jesus fucking Christ! Fuck you, Cynthia.
There must be an overlap here somewhere.
Nowadays,
She must be Cynthia Weaver. God damn it.
that doesn't stop them from going there.
She was like...
The police.
So that's someone's door.
Getting in is forbidden. For your own safety.
God damn it, Ati.
Time is long for those who wait. But in the end,
Well, that put a smile on your face. Hi there, Mr. Brightside.
Didn't see you there.
And then we got Mandy May's room over here. God damn you, Cynthia Weaver. Wait, wasn't Cynthia Weaver like the love interest of like Thomas Zane's love interest from the first game? She was the one that was like leaving all like the
Need to find the key.
lantern thingy-majiggies around. Like that was her, I think. I thought she was against the darkness, so why is she with them now?
Tor's in the wellness center, isn't he?
No, he's... Well, yes, but you
Ugh.
really shouldn't go in there right now.
It's in the name. She got taken.
Door.
Yeah.
This is FBI business.
Ugh.
It's just... There's some things that, Yes, okay. I'll let you in.
Thank you, Rose.
Watch out for puddles. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
Right. That lady is a walking red flag.
Hmm.
Odin said Tor needs help. But from what?
Hopefully you're having a wonderful evening,
Is he
Brightside.
turning into a taken?
Painting of... And it started to rain.
I need something to cut this.
So that's the bolt cutters. And then this is the wellness center.
Dark. Empty. Be ready, Saga.
Doesn't look like there's an obvious way in there. Hmm.
Hello? Tor? It's Saga Anderson.
Hmm. A lot of waste bags. I don't know if that's the right idea for a medical center, quite honestly. Or for bullets to be in a health box.
Tor was here.
Rose and me found Mr. Anderson knocked out on floor by phone, burns on hand and cut on head, was out cold, so brought him here, been acting strange all week. Take care, he is VIP by VB.
He's hurt pretty bad. But he tore off his bandages. Why?
Baby! Hold up!
Tor, wait! It's me!
Hang on, Thor.
Oh, come on.
Fuck you. This door must remain unlocked during business hours. It's not unlocked. You ain't following the signs, Cynthia. You done fucked up, Cynthia. Fuck you, Cynthia. Alright, so we've been getting a lot of arrows, so I'm gonna put... keep use. Grab you. Grab you. Alright, quick save here. No.
Must be locked from the other side.
Alright. Oh, I went right past a manuscript page, apparently. Yep. There you are. Alright, let's have a look. So, we can't get out from the ward reception. We can get back out from the manor.
Tor Anderson had lightning in his veins. This was rock and roll, baby. That Weaver girl had cast a spell on him. Tor would do anything she'd ask. Tor deserved this. Tor wanted this. She wanted the song. A gift. He had to get it for her. Afterwards, it was too late. Tor swung his hammer in frustration. The spark was gone. Black liquid clogged his mind. A bad trip. Tor fought it. He was strong. He'd never be taken. But the darkness could still drown him. Tor needed to warn someone. It was all happening again. Tom was back. Coming back. Tom would need help too if he was going to make it. But the brothers were too old to stop at this time. Tor had called someone. Someone who could help. The name escaped him. Drowned beneath dark water.
That's when he called us. Alright. Excuse me. So we can't get in from the dining room. Oh, lucky me. I have a feeling that we're going to be dealing with Thor shortly, and we're not going to be able to take him on, like...
A security computer.
Vladimir Bloom. You have been accepted into the prestigious ranks of our most hallowed organization. As such, you will join our noble cause and be privy to our most guarded secret. The ceremony will take place the day after the next new moon, as is tradition.
The Koskela brothers aren't just in the cult. They're its damn leaders.
Ah, interesting.
Day, then month. He uses European formatting.
That gets it. This is a stupid house where something always breaks. I fix. I always fix. Old people do not respect me. I should ask for a raise. Hooray, my acceptance letter's arrived. I am one of the gang now. Dos vidanya to the boring old... Dos vidanya to the old Vlad. Hello to the exciting new man about town, Vlad. I will buy vodka and herring to celebrate. This month, everything will change. I had to take care of the dead raccoon over by the bunker. Smelt very bad. Not good for my hangover.
Tor left the wellness center. Tor is being targeted. He needs help.
Mm-hmm. And then Cult of the Trees. Emo and Eskvad, signed by Whatsamahuzi. They were running the cult. And then Vladimir Bloom is a confirmed cultist. So, May 4th, 17th. So... May 5th is a full moon. Third quarter. So May 19th is a new moon. June 17th. July 17th. And then August 16th. Most hallowed. As such, you will join our noble cause. Take place the day after the next new moon. So 15th of the 8th. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Okay, so August 15th was when he was accepted. So the next new moon. So, August 17th? So we circled August 17th, so August 16th is the next...
Needs a password. And a warrant, technically. But hey, desperate times.
August... Oh, wait. Yeah! Thank goodness I remembered it was for 2023.
And the doors are open.
There we go. Ooh. I'm a little doorknob that's out of place, but solve these clues and you can trace the way to your private space. I meet you at the greet, inside a bright, glassy cage where pretty flowers bloom. Why did you take the door? Wait. Vladimir, I do not need to remind you that Thor and Odin would be ideal candidates for the cult. Please try harder to recruit them. Why did you take the doorknob to my personal room? I am sick of old people tricks. X, you bring it back so I can get my rifle. I'm supposed to get on deer hunt tomorrow. If you don't, I will hunt you instead. I'm a little doorknob, but solve these clues and you can trace the way to your private space. I meet you at the greet, inside a bright, glassy cage where pretty flowers bloom.
There's Tor. And he's out of his mind. Need to get to him.
Alright.
This door needs a knob.
Oh, so that's... So we can get a rifle from that room. Cool. So we're looking for a doorknob at the front of the place. I don't like the sound of that. And then this is the staff lodge. Damn it, the inventory is full. Is there a shoe? Oh, look, a doorknob. Hey, we can... Alright, we just need to find a shoe box then, and then we can... Give me a second. Thank you for the blesses, Izzy. Shoebox, there we go. Alright, so we don't need so many flare guns or patches, so let me put the patch here. You there. And then... So you there, and then... You know what? We don't need two of you, so... Would be cool if I could rotate these, but, you know, wishful thinking. Actually, what am I doing? I don't use. Inventory space, but that's not happening anytime soon. Unless... Nope. There's the coffee. Quick save that. Okay, so... So that was Donna's room. Okay, no. So because I unlocked the wellness room doors, it doesn't mean I've unlocked the doors here either. So... I feel like you're skittish enough as it is. This is the point where the game kicks the horror up a notch. Okay. Thank you for the warning. That is actually going to be very appreciative as I run through this again. Oh wait, no, I was already in here. Alright, and then... doorknob goes into here. Picking up another manuscript page. Aww.
So soft and sad.
He's probably the one responsible for all the deer dying. Also, I was told there would be a rifle here. Hey, there you go. Yep, good thing I kept 3. Although I barely have enough room as is, which is kind of crazy. Like, look at this. I don't have the room for anything else. I need to figure out how to increase my inventory. Hmm.
Where'd it go? Need to catch up with Tor.
Mittens, a book full of daily pans, ancient clips. Found a box of ammo for a hunting rifle in the cafeteria. Rose, I think you left some behind again. You really should be more careful. Take a tip from Vlad, a fellow weapons enthusiast. Always lock it up. Come collect it from me whenever you can. I brought that tea you said you liked. I can make a cup if you care. Cool. Where the fuck is Vlad in all this?
This must have been Tor's.
Fuck! You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get my watch, because this has happened so many times now. I'm gonna need to get that heart rate monitor just so people have an understanding of just how fuck up this thing decides to just be like jump scare and fuck with my day. Hang on a second. Where I've got some elements. Here we go. And then there was, so remove that. Yes, we're streaming Alan Wake. Add a widget. Copy. And then, so this is the heart rate monitor from Pulsoid. Okay, all right. Let me get my Apple Watch. And then I'll go and let me get my watch, okay? Give me a second. I'm gonna give me a second. 30-second advertisement. Alright, I'm back. And there's Pulsoid. Open the Pulsoid app on... Oh, okay, I need to open it on my phone as well. So, Pulsoid. Apple Watch. Open on your watch to use it as your heart rate. Alright, here we go. Here we go. And then I need to turn this on. Alright. Hopefully this works. Wait, seriously? I'm at 102 now? God damn it, this game. Wait, I just saw I got a message from Code. Leap Motion Fixer. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Alright. Alrighty, chat. Are we ready? Alright. I am going to lower this heart rate. Here we go, chat. Okay. Here we go. Jacket. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I should probably double check the weapons upgrade now that I have the long range. Consecutive successful hits will significantly reduce the time between shots. Okay, way home is probably what I want to unlock with the thingamadiggy so I don't have to deal with the darkness.
You come out of here this minute! That water is bad for you! Tor, wait! Cynthia Weaver, I know it's you! This kind of behavior is not okay! Let him go!
Oh, interesting that she is aware Cynthia is, like, responsible for all this taken behavior.
Tor? There's an overlap here. Did Cynthia pull Tor in? What was that? Where did Tor go?
What on earth do you mean, Saga? Tor is resting in the wellness center. Remember?
What? We both saw him go into the pond.
Okay.
Are you fucking with me?
Go suck a lemon.
Or is this a story again?
You go suck a lemon.
Now, let's cool it with the language.
She's clearly lying to me. Why?
Time to do some profiling on the crazy lady Rose.
Tor go into the pond.
Why is she lying to me? The secret mission for Alan's #1 fan. The hero will say Wake has returned. We're all characters in his story. Gee whiz.
I'm not his fucking character. But I can use that phrase to make Rose stop lying to me. Wake has returned.
Cool.
Cynthia took Tor. What happened to her?
When the darkness touches your head, your bookshelf gets shuffled. I put her lamp in the shoebox. What do you call a lamp lady without her lamp?
Is Rose talking about Cynthia or herself?
Ooh.
Or both?
So because she no longer holds onto her lamp, she's been going a little bit stir crazy, it seems.
Ilmo was nervous. His palms were clammy. He lowered his phone. Mulligan isn't picking up. Yako shook his head, pointed at his own phone. Same with Thornton. Ilmo didn't like it. No one was answering the phone at the workshop in Watery either. Something was up. It had to be the writer. Had to be. The Koskela brothers were crouching in the bushes across from the Elderwood Palace Lodge, its light shining in the night. They couldn't wait any longer. The brothers knew Saga was in Watery visiting her trailer. Going now was their only chance to do this without hurting her. Ilmo stood up and a crowd of deer masks looked his way. Okay, this is it. The writer is the target. Take him down and it's all over. Only shoot the Fed if you have to. This is our big moment. We watch in the night. The crowd murmured the chant back to him. Ilmo turned his face to the hotel. He could see Saga's partner in the window. Ilmo slapped his brother on the shoulder. The brothers donned their masks. The cult of the tree was ready.
Okay. Those cases. Meanwhile, the Anderson brothers.
I already took care of all this.
Yep. Nice. And
Tor disappeared into the pond.
now we're trying to rescue Tor. I have an idea on how to play Hunting Horn.
How do I
How? Rose knows what's going on here. If I tell her that Wake has returned, maybe she'll think I'm the hero and help me.
Rose. Wake has returned.
Oh my God. You're the hero! You're here to save Alan! I feel so silly for trying to keep you out of the wellness center. I locked Torringale in there after they lost it, and I didn't want you getting hurt. Before I forget, here's the page Wake told me to give you. Oh, and you'll need my keys to get around.
Thank you, you crazy fan.
Saga jabbed the selector on the jukebox, the missing record in its place. Saga couldn't have found it without Odin's help. A light bloomed in through the garden window.
The horror story beat me to Tor. I have to rescue him. The key to this overlap is an old Gods of Asgard record. Odin will know more.
Alright, Odin, tell me more about the old record of old Asgard.
Which mentions a missing record. Do you know where it is?
Driven by passion.
Skill Nodex, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome.
Your grandfather made the song to apologize. To your mother, Freya, and to you. Tor's like a storm. Your mother did the right thing, leaving with you.
Excuse me.
Even if it broke your grandfather's heart. And mine. Listen to the song, Saga. It's all there. Tor only had one record made. He keeps it in the museum.
Odin knows my mom's name.
Okay.
He's saying my mom took me away when I was still a baby. Plausible. Stay on task. The record is in the museum.
Check the selector. So that's the overlap ritual.
The page says the record will open the overlap. Or is the page predetermining it? Am I just playing into the story?
And then the fact or fiction moved away because of What's-a-Mahoozy. But we don't know why she left. Also, was there like a door we could be going through in this area? Not on this floor, it would seem. Oh, but there's another manuscript page right there. Odin is stuck in bed. That's Thor. Odin. Odin? Talk to me, Odin. So Donna's in there. You know what? I'm gonna put the shotgun away. So then that way we don't use that too liberally. Okay, why can't I bring it up there? There we go. And that should be good. Actually, just in case. Alrighty, back upstairs we go. Because that's the museum for the old gods of Asgard, but there's other rooms that I want to check first, such as Cynthia's and Ahti's. So that was Mandy's. Hello, Ahti.
Do you know anything about the cult of the tree?
Yes, yes. He who reaches for a spruce tree will stumble into a juniper. Bloom was one of them. He has kicked empty. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Huh.
But I like his shoes.
How did you know Blum was part of the cult?
Oh, Fox never runs out of tricks. He's a crazy man, and he will show his ways. Bloom like to talk.
Even when you're not working with the Bureau of Control on your vacation, you still figure things out. Ahti, you mad genius, you. Thank you for the patch. Finland for holidays. Alrighty, so that's May. And then Norman was in here. Although I don't see him anywhere, so... Another page, thank you. We'll be able to read through these another time. So... Alrighty.
Damn lights.
Oh.
No use crying in the dark place. What has been has gone. But trouble doesn't look like this. You can go to the basement and check the generator.
That honestly, like, raised... That shivered me. God damn it.
In which tree the devil sits.
The basement. Thanks.
Ugh. Fuck this game for jump scaring me like that. Alright, so. Basement. Alright, so that's just outside. It's just there. Oh, but I don't have the bolt cutters, so I can't get in from there. I have to get in from... Rose isn't there. Where the fuck is she? Good shot.
I think that's all of them.
Alright, be careful of damp spots.
Shit.
Fuck.
I need to get the power back on. Key fob's no good without power.
Remember, buy more fuses. Many more crappy old equipment keeps blowing. Parenthesis. God damn it. Ugh. Something's gonna burst out of that thing.
I can't get through this.
Another manuscript page. So, someone named Emmett was taken.
The power's off.
I don't know the number for that. House of Zane, renowned filmmaker, establishes artist commune in Bright Falls. Thomas Zane and Barbara Jagger. Oh, both of them were from Finland. Recently established an artist commune here in Bright Falls. Mr. Zane has purchased the old manor house outside of town, and the couple had already settled in. In his home country and internationally as well, Mr. Zane is a well-known and respected auteur filmmaker. A rising star already compared to the lights of Stanley Kubrick and Ingmar Bergman. His earlier film, Nightless Night, won a number of European film awards. Mr. Zane is currently in the process of filming a feature entitled Tom the Poet. In conversation, Mr. Zane comes across as a charismatic figure with big dreams. He talks about building a hotel and a film studio in the area. He even has a name picked out for the hotel. Ocean View Hotel. This reporter believes the name has a nice ring to it. Mr. Zane's dream would certainly make Bright Falls a household name if they became reality. Members of the commune clearly feel the same, seeing Zane as a person worth revering even to a faintly cult-like degree. A person who guides his flock to expand their consciousness and reach a higher state of artistic inspiration with the aid of magic mushrooms. While the Bright Falls record does not condone the use of illegal drugs, we hope Mr. Zane will help put our town on the artistic map. Here's hoping.
Cynthia Weaver had always kept her lantern close. Someone in the bathroom with her. In the dark. Dark water pressed itself into her. She screamed.
Nice. Okay, so that door opens, thank goodness. "273. Rose, if you see this, please remind the residents to leave my stuff alone. I think they hate me." No, they don't. They're just Snoopy. I've already forgotten the code. Hang on. 273. Cool. Two, 7, 3.
A fuse. Could come in handy.
Yep, we need it for the generator. Spare fuse is now locked away because someone, Ahti, keeps stealing them. Code is in the laundry room. Cool, cool, cool.
It won't open. There. Power's back on.
This game. This game is gonna be the death of me someday. It's just gonna do one too strong of a jump scare. Was it now?
It's not opening.
Oh, okay, so it's not the...
Is this something they watch on movie night? That looks just like Casey. What the hell is going on?
Yoton yo. Muran Palat Kun Crew. the fuck? Thomas Zane, you are a fucking crazy man. The fuck were they thinking? To be real with you, I thought I was gonna get jump scared again.
Shit. Careful, Saga.
Just making sure. You can never be too careful. Okay, so that's... Fuck you, Cynthia.
Anger's remorse. This is the one. But it's gone. Cynthia has the record. She will tell me where to find it.
Saga was waged in the forest story. Time was running out. It was too late.
Is Ahti still in here? Yep, Ahti is still in here. Good for you, Ahti.
She was underwater.
Alright, be brave. Be brave. Fuck you, Cynthia. I knew that was gonna happen.
Was Cynthia into civil engineering?
Oh, so her lanterns are breaking. Yep.
I feel like I'm missing some context here.
That room with all the lights, that was where the clicker was saved, because she was a fan of Thomas Zane and was jealous of Barbara Jecker.
This photograph was not Cynthia's favorite. A
Yep.
lantern. Was Cynthia using it for protection?
She most certainly was.
Did she know about the dark presence?
Yes, she did.
A power station. Everyone needs a hobby, I guess. Tor's a romantic, huh?
For a very special woman, Tor.
The dark presence uses people's memories, their fears to corrupt them.
Tom's lamp is gone. The lamp with the angel on it. He always loved that lamp. It disappeared from my room. The darkness is here after all these years. It took Tom's lamp. I know it did. The lights are going out more and more. There's no one left to stop it. I can't do it on my own. Not anymore. I have nothing left of Tom now. I don't know what I'm going to do. I need Tom's lamp back. I need Tom back. The shadows are moving. There is no more light. No more lamps. I can't find my way out of the room. Someone locked the door. Did I lock it? Maybe Tom did. He probably did it to keep me safe. He is such a considerate man. Barbara doesn't deserve him. Tom could do so much better. Where did Tom's lamp go? I used to have it. I guess he took it back. That's fine. It was his after all. Shadows are moving? Did I write that? Nonsense. There are no shadows. It's just us. Tom and I, forever. I found something funny while I was down there. A newspaper article about Tom, but it called him a filmmaker. Tom didn't make movies. He was a poet. A magnificent poet. I dug around and found film equipment, supposedly also Tom's. What is happening? This isn't right. I know it isn't. Alright, so we weren't the only ones having a fucking freak out. And I can see her bath is filled to the brim. That's not good.
Cynthia would deal with the nasty Anderson fellow. Tor, always poking people with his hammer. He had it coming. Wheeler used to be the agent of a manic-depressive celebrity writer, Alan Wake. Wake had various addictions on his back. An on-off death wish. Wheeler had seen a thing or two. Wheeler paid a lot of money for a good shrink. Got himself convinced that all the nightmares he'd seen leading up to Wake drowning himself were just his imagination.
Yeah.
PTSD. Now we had pills to keep the shadows from his sleep. But the Andersons were something else. The nightmares were starting to creep in again. Or maybe it was the drugs in the air. Wheeler hoped it was the drugs. The Andersons were so old. Vampires. After every gig and the party that followed, it took them weeks to bounce back. And they never did completely. Each time Wheeler expected them to croak. Wheeler set up a foundation with the sales of their greatest hits album. He used the cash to build a nursing facility. The old men deserved it. An old manor in Bright Falls. Wheeler hired a contractor to have it refitted as an old folks' care home. At this point, Wheeler felt good about himself. He had a heart of gold. No need to feel guilty. Wheeler left the work to the contractor and returned to New York City. He had done his part. It was time to turn over a new leaf. The contractors figured out Wheeler was gone for good. They took the money and ran. When the fall rains came, the leaks started appearing. Cynthia Weaver hated being old. She'd been a doer, a fighter. Now the bathroom frightened her, afraid she'd break her hip, like Norman. Cynthia had always kept her lantern close, to hold the darkness at bay. Oh dear, my lantern. I think I've lost it, Cynthia said. This will put a smile back on your face, my dear, a voice said. A man's voice. Someone in the bathroom with her. In the dark. The light bulb had blown. She meant to replace it days ago. How could she forget? She had slipped getting out of the tub. She lay in the tub now. She lifted her hand. It looked wrong. Too many hands.
Ooh.
In a black void with no sense of up or down, she was underwater. A dark shape pushed her down. Dark water pressed itself into her. She screamed. It came out in bubbles. Emmett Elwood had had enough. All his life he'd been surrounded by the same small-minded, impolite, ignorant people in town. Their endless gossip, their nose-picking, chewing food with their mouths open, not washing their hands after visiting the restroom, touching things, touching everything. The world was going to hell. He'd watched day after day how all the nice things in life in Bright Falls were spoiled and ruined forever. there would be a just and terrible reckoning. Emmett had imagined many times how he'd make them pay. He had lovingly tended his anger, made it grow hotter. It was out in the open now. Ugly and slobbering, they reached at him with their unwashed hands. He beat them down, beat them until they no longer moved. And then he'd wash his hands with a strong antibacterial disinfectant.
Alrighty, Odin.
Anger's remorse is missing. Who took it?
Our shame becomes the pale horse. Oh, Tor. Bro. Tor's love for you is in that song. That's why Cynthia wants it, to ruin him. She made Tor lust after her. We fought one scratching hag years ago. Now he's fallen for another, and we might lose him for good. One less Anderson.
That isn't going to happen. Cynthia has Tor in the overlap. Anger's remorse is the key to get there. I need to make Cynthia reveal its location.
Okay. Cynthia.
Cynthia targeted Tor specifically. Why him?
Deal with the nasty Anderson fellow. His heart was broken. Cancelled. Leaks started appearing. It was too late. Shut her out of her own case.
The dark presence is using Cynthia to keep me from talking to Tor. Cynthia was close to someone named Thomas Zane. Who is he?
Tom was back. Tom had enemies. In a fancy hotel. Just his imagination. The nightmare started to creep in. Cynthia Weaver smiled.
An old flame. Maybe Tom was taken. Where is Anger's remorse now?
He is a young girl in love. A rock and roll cliche.
Why do I feel like Cynthia's gonna jump scare us in this mind place again as well?
She has.
I don't like when it goes to black like that. I imagine Cynthia's just gonna be the one that jump scares us.
Anger's remorse. Where is it, Cynthia?
Drowned beneath dark water. Too many hands. The bathroom frightened her.
Oh, cool. It's in the bathroom. It's in the very place that we are right now.
Screamed. And old folks care home.
Yep, cool.
The Anger's remorse record is in Cynthia's room. In her bathtub. A bathtub, a pond, a lake. There's a theme here.
An ocean and water.
Cynthia took the record and I brought it back. Anger's Remorse by Old Gods of Asgard. I need to play it in the jukebox.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Cynthia. You don't scare me. Sati, you here? Thank goodness Sati is still here. You're safe. Thank goodness. I don't know where I would be without you, RT.
What of tourists this year? Shut up!
Anger's remorse. You've met the Dovers.
The song will show.
Who the fuck are the Dovers?
The overlap is at the pond. Here we go again.
Hang on a sec, I'm just gonna... I'm gonna flip these around just so then that... There we go. Gone too soon. Oh, this must be the power station! Body of missing youth discovered in flooded bunker. The local girl, Nora Hesberg, age 15, went missing on Saturday of last week, was discovered dead in the sealed underground bunker near Valhalla Nursing Home in Bright Falls. Cause of death has been determined to be drowning. Divers. Ah, okay. The incident occurred during a gathering of young youths at the bunker. Nora was first reported missing by her parents Sunday morning when they discovered their daughter had not returned home the night before. The police were contacted and they received a tip to check the bunker from one of the victim's acquaintances. Police are treating the tragedy as an accident. The community mourns the loss of its young member. Okay. Alright.
Mommy, what are you doing? Help me, please.
This isn't real.
Beware the drowned lady.
Fuck this place.
Wait, hang on. Is this thing...
Am I going in circles?
Yes, we are.
No power. Can't use the switch.
Tonight, try to steal.
I need to get the power on to use the switch. The wall just disappeared. The light did that?
Alrighty. So, same sort of rule as the dark place, where light sources will do weird things. So, back upstairs we go. Although that just takes us back to where we previously were, so... Never mind. Flicking the switch might have been the right thing to do. Which brings us here.
Closer. This is truly the only way.
Oh, we're back at the beginning. Ocean view.
It's a loop, like the others. I need to reach the center.
Don't steal my shirt when I'm busy trying to solve this fucking loop.
She's here. A dead end.
How dare you? God damn it, Incineroar! I'm trying to solve this. How's it going? You doing good? I hope you're doing good. I put the heart rate monitor on because, like, this game has done several jump scares to me. Izzy tells me it's going to get into more of the horror elements, and I'm like, cool, alrighty then, we're gonna... Let me just engage the whatsamahoozy,
Locked. The key has to be nearby.
There we go. So, the crate goes away. Alright, here we go. Nope, so that's locked, so let's pull this lever. Alright, hang on. Nope, just lots of bullets. Cool. Hello there! Hi there, Xerix, welcome to the stream. I am getting the fucking bejesus scared out of me. I'm getting the... Yeah, the bejesus are getting scared out of me. Like you wouldn't believe. Yeah. And then... Oh, there we go. Tool cabinet key, thank you. Turn off this light. And then we turn this light off. You're not surprised with this game? It is a spooky game. Bolt cutters! There you are. My precious bolt cutters. You're gonna be able to... Okay, I might have bullet spammed into her, but it was a very... It was for a very tactical reason. Fuck you. Get further away from the fulcrum next time, Saga, and you'll have an easier time breaking open chains with the bolt cutters.
Writing a story.
Rip Nora, gone too soon. Uh-huh. Alrighty. Once again, looping.
Back again. Gotta go deeper.
Welcome back. We got jump scared. But I'm alive. I'm okay. Tor! I'm coming for you, Tor!
Tor!
Where are you? Can you hear me? It's so dark. Oh, I'm sorry, kiddo. The hag tricked me.
Fuck you.
You took Tor. I'm here to take him back. I need to get the lights on to reach him.
Saga! It's so damn dark down here. I'm underwater. She's trapped me at the bottom. I don't think I'm gonna make it. This is it for me. It's so dark.
She's coming.
No! Where are you? I can't see a way out. Pressed itself into her. In the dark. She got me good.
Shit!
I have no idea if I am doing this, like, correctly, but... Because I keep, like, going to a platform when it's, like... I'm gonna see what happens when I use the flare here.
I can't stay in the water. I gotta get out of the water.
Let's see how it goes when I use the flare on the water like this. Honestly, that's not the worst technique.
Shit!
Ha! Interesting. Interesting. Here we go. Interesting that she's stuck to the water, though, rather than, like, you know, being able to freely move around.
I'm not leaving you here, Tor. Hold on!
Alright, let's try this again. Excellente.
I can't see a goddamn thing. Tell Odin. I'm sorry I fucked everything up.
You can apologize to him yourself. I'm getting you the hell out of here.
And the, like, I guess the light doesn't do it that way. The number of times the fire can boost before needing to reload can be increased with upgrades. Keep an eye out for them when exploring. Complete quests by replacing them with relevant clues. You'll need to find fragments. Keep an eye out for nursery rhymes. Will reward your charms. Learns. Wait.
Dark. I can't see a goddamn thing. Tell Odin. I'm sorry I fucked everything up.
You can apologize to him yourself.
Alright.
I'm getting you the hell out of here.
Let's deal with this lady. damn it! Alright, so items of different sizes in stock. To lighten your road, visit a break room and use the shoebox to store and withdraw items. Can be adjusted. Regenerates over time. Slowed down by shining the flashlight on the enemy after its shield has been destroyed. Has the coast gone cold? Easily dash away from... Okay, cool.
I can't see a goddamn thing. Tell Odin. I'm
You know what? Let's swap to the hunting rifle. We got...
You can apologize to him yourself. I'm getting you the hell out of here.
Time was running out.
Hey, look at that! Got her! Get fucked, Cynthia!
You again. The FBI. Saga Anderson. I'm closer now. I can feel it. You helped me get closer to escaping.
Wake? Where are you? Is this coming from the dark place when you were still trapped? I have the clicker. We can finish this.
Not the clicker. You can help. I must find it.
I already have it. I can get it to you. But I have to understand. Did you write Logan into the story?
He's in danger. I need to get back. I'm writing a story.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon.
Then change the story.
Also, don't do that to Blue's little command. That's cheating.
Still in the dark place, then you can do that, right? You cannot write her in. She's my daughter, goddammit! Logan is in the story. I can get him to change it. I have the clicker. I'll make him change it now. He had no right to do this to Logan. To my family. Tor!
Oh, fucking hell.
Are you okay?
Hey, Tor.
You took your sweet time to come save your grandpa, huh?
Yeah.
Nice attitude. A family trait?
You're right. Sorry. Thanks for helping out an old bastard like me.
That's my job.
You are a real smarty
Now,
pants? Nah, you just cheating.
I've got some questions for you.
Of course you do, sweetie pie.
Thank you for the Hyper Himbo Omega. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. End of chapter.
my soul, on my face forever, seeking
to be all better.
We need to talk.
Damn right. Lots for me to explain. But not here. The night's got ears. We can have our talk in your head. You have a room there, right?
How do you know about that?
Oh.
I'm your grandfather. What don't I know?
It's like The Shining.
You know about my mind place? How is that possible?
We all have the power. Find the truth. Damn right I do. Odin already told you you're a seer. You can gaze into their heads, see the truth. See past the lies. Past this bullshit horror story. Us Andersons aren't bound by it. You can fight it. Don't be the story. Make the story.
It's true. I am a seer.
Okay. Oh, excuse me.
I have a power. My mind place is more than I thought it was. This isn't my intuition. I'm seeing their thoughts. Is this why I know the truth about
Why are you quoting Chunkerbuns
everyone
in the
else
chat?
forgot? You said you were my grandfather. If that's true, why wasn't I told about you?
You were part of our fucked up family way before this horror story. I was a shitty fucking dad to Freya. Your mom didn't deserve that. Not one bit. Things were said and done. Not a day goes by I haven't regretted it. But that fucking father of yours didn't make things any easier.
Okay.
I know Freya is gone. So I need to apologize to you. I am sorry, Saga.
I can see he's sorry. Mom said she didn't want anything to do with my grandfather. And that my father died before I could remember. It all matches. Tor and Odin are part of my family. You said you were a shitty father to my mom. Is that why she left?
Freya never looked back. My girl was strong.
Continue.
Freya always thought our powers had a dangerous side. Odin and me did fuck with things that should not have been fucked with. Your mom had common sense. She raised you right. Kept you safe. I'm not surprised she didn't tell you about the Anderson power.
She was always protecting me. Whenever I told my mom about my mind place, she called it make-believe. I wish she'd been more honest with me. At least towards the end.
Okay.
Mom wouldn't talk about my father. You knew him?
Some doors are better left closed. Your dad was a complicated bastard.
Huh.
Always thinking too many steps ahead. That's not how we work. There was trouble, and then he was gone. I didn't handle it well. Freya didn't want anything to do with me after that. I can't blame her.
I never knew my dad or my mom's family. So many broken relationships in my past. I won't lose mine. With Logan. With David. I won't stop until they're safe. I have the clicker. Can I use it to save my daughter?
An amp? Get your guitar roaring, and your drums crashing. Blow reality's eardrums. Just the light switch isn't enough. It's Tom's story we're dealing with, so he's gotta be the one to rewrite it. After that's done, he can flick that switch to bring the whole thing home, baby.
I can't use the clicker without Wake. Tom. Meaning Wake. He needs to rewrite the story first.
No, I think they mean
I can't stop
Tom.
the horror story without him.
Because there was a Thomas Zane who was a poet, but for whatever reason in this universe he's more of a film auteur of all things. Do we have any new profilings? No, we do not. Off to the cozy board.
Tor's here, in the overlap. Gotta find him and get the fuck out.
And then...
Wake wrote Logan into the story. He had no right to use her like this. There's still time to make him fix it. I won't give him a choice.
And then in the fact or fiction... Before my 5 problems, there was trouble, Farrah took me away. Didn't want me to do with it. And then all Andersons have powers. Mom never told me about them because she thought they were dangerous, wanted me to have a normal life. The Maya isn't some mental technique. It lets me inside people's heads. Okay,
Tor and Odin
interesting.
can actually speak with me in my mind place. Thanks to their own powers. The way Tor behaved, I'm surprised my mom hung around for as long as she did. But he is genuinely sorry.
And then our family's not bound by Wake's story. The Andersons can see through the horror story. Okay.
Tor and Odin are my relatives. The evidence fits with what I know is true. It's a lot to process.
Where is... Alright, here we go, the clicker. Clicker works as an amp. Only Wake can edit it.
Wake needs to be the one to rewrite the ending. And I'll need to keep an eye on him.
The Anderson family is immune to the effects of the story because of a hereditary power.
The story doesn't affect me like it does other people. Because of who I am. Because of my family. Overlaps require pieces of art to enter. Is that because of the Dark Place's focus on art?
Most likely. Find evidence, read a manuscript. Evidence, manuscript. Gosh darn it, Blue! Investigate the previously flooded areas. Will do.
Thanks for telling me this, Tor. I need to go find Wake. To stop this.
The old gods of Asgard will be ready to help. Me and my bro will bring the...
How goes the hunting
when you
horn?
need it. Remember, your daughter is alive. Just kept from you by this bullshit horror story.
I needed to hear that. Thanks, Grandpa.
Don't worry about me, kiddo. I'll drag my sorry ass over to Odin. A few shots of the Andersons' finest will fix us both up.
Alright, which way to...
The FBC is holding Wake at the sheriff's station. I need to make Agent Estevez understand. They have Wake and I have the clicker.
Yes, but
We
before
have to work
we
together
do that...
to stop this.
That is true, but before you do that...
Casey. Do you read me, Casey? Damn it. Where are you, Casey? He better be okay.
We now have bolt cutters.
Focus, Saga. Get to the station. To Wake.
There we go.
No longer hyper himbo, which is a problem. Alright, so there's a cult cache there and there. So we got 3 different places for cult caches. Huh. And then lights. Here.
There's another cult stash.
Okay, so there's all these lights here. But what's the... There we go. So it's just a case of don't follow the yellow signs, follow the normal signs, and then we're good. So, ding. There we go. You can't hide from the trees. We are everywhere. Sure you are. Sure you are. And then that's Cauldron Lake, I presume. And I'm all out of ammo. You still playing Monster Hunter Wilds Blue? You're still doing the hunt and horn practice? Hottie and the janitor. Ah, damn it, I have to start from the beginning. There we go. You're looking at your Stardew Valley recipe book? Oh! Stardew Valley has a recipe book IRL? I didn't know that. Oh, hey, a manuscript. I'm just moving stuff around, okay? Oh, a rocket flare. Single shot flare inflicting heavy damage in a large area of effect. I am going to keep an eye on that one. And that's 25 bullets there. 17 bullets there. Alright, hunting rifle takes a lot of room. And we don't have a good way of keeping... We don't have a good way of keeping the usage low, or keeping this... keeping the count low, which is annoying. So let's go back to the shotgun. Yeah, that will do for now, giving us plenty of room for picking up resources and what have you. Actually, manually save it. Oh, so we can switch realities here if we wanted to. Okay. And then... Alright, so 2 more cult stashes and a ranger station we can head to. I have no idea where she is.
Hello!
Hello! Who's Digimon? Hello! Give me a second, I'm getting... Fuck you.
I'm never gonna get used to this.
Not me neither. Okay, so touching tips. So the circles are touching tips, and then 2 pointing down.
Another one of those cult boxes. Another cult stash.
Idea. Okay. So, so
Sipping Time sponsored by
pointing
Digimon Love
outwards.
18978087.
Touching tips and 2 hours down. All right, will do. Hang on. So, what was the order of operation? All right, so pointing outwards, touching tips, and pointing down. All right, sippies. Maybe it was the wrong order? Oh wait, no, this is the wrong one, so it needs to be like this. And then... There we go. We just got word that the feds have Alan Wake in custody. He came out of the lake. He's dangerous. Everyone be on high alert. We need to take the rider out. Spread the word. Oh shit, was that a stun grenade? Holy shit. Oh, they are dressing up to the teeth. They're outfitting themselves to the teeth here, Digimon. How's it going? Did you pick up Digimon Stories Time Strangers? I have a few friends that are playing that right now, and they are obsessed with it. Oh, hello, another manuscript page. No other manuscript pages here, that's fine. Where is it? Screwdriver, here we go. Don't mind me breaking into homes. FBI business. I'm totally allowed to do this. Subject test sites locations. 1 in the ranger station, 2 in Bunker Woods, and 1 at the boatyard. Interesting!
Get the clicker to wake and make him fix his attempt to play golf.
Still here, just doing things in the background. Not to worry. How's the weather where you at? I remember you talking about it being like crazy, like fluctuating temperatures or some happened because you were like, you know, trying to do some arts and, you know, temperatures were having some problems. Bunker near Bright Falls.
Yes.
And another bunker near Bright Falls. And then we head over to the nursery rhymes. Test site in Bright Falls. Ranger Station, Bunker Woods, and Boatyard.
When the government seized the land around Cauldron Lake and set up their laboratory there, Ilmo Koskela knew they knew something. Together with his brother, they felt obliged to take a look inside. The Federal Bureau of Control Security was a joke. The Koskelas walked in delivering coffee. Back in Watery, they pored over the stack of files they grabbed. The FBC was researching something in the lake, something they called the Shadow.
Ooh.
Everyone who went into the lake came back a monster.
We think of it as the dark place, and they're thinking of it as the Shadow.
The FBC had captured him, interrogated him. Based on his ravings, Barbara Jagger had gone into the lake as far back as the 60s. She'd come back bad. The writer, Alan Wake, had gone into the lake. He'd faced Jagger, pushed some mystic light switch into a hole in her chest, flicked the switch and gotten rid of her. If Wake ever came back, he was bound to be bad as well.
Huh.
The 81st annual Deer Fest was just around the corner. Everyone in Bright Falls was bustling. There were banners to be hung, pies baked, deer masks sold. Bright Falls had made the top 100 American small town lists for its modest, rustic charm. The town expected a lot of tourists this year, but a shadow hung over the Deer Fest preparations. The forecast promised rain. Fearful whispers promised more murders. The police were on high alert. Sheriff Breaker had deputies patrolling the streets at night. Bright Falls was no stranger to odd happenings. But to cancel Deerfest? Out of the question. The townsfolk were anxious. Their anticipation mixed with fear. People had restless dreams. The lights seemed dimmer. Floodwater pressed in on the town. And the shadows poured in with it. It's 1988. A face-off between deities on the rim of Cauldron Lake, high above its dark waters. Thunder roared. The old gods facing something even more powerful. Something harder to define even.
Okay, so they went up against the dark place before.
Raving lunatics all, caught up in the frenzy of a shared delusion. The old gods, the corsairs of the Sea of Night, and the Dark One who yearned to stand in between, who had always stood in between, who would soon stand in between. We help you, you stay away from our family, Tor Anderson snarled over the thunder. Yes, until you all come to me, came the answer. That's never gonna happen, shouted Odin. I will take this as collateral, shall you remember our deal, said the Dark One. Blood arched from Odin's face as he fell to his knees. Lightning hit the dark figure on the cliff, and with that, he was gone. Tor rushed to his brother. Are you alright, bro? Effectively blind in that moment, the eye patch covering his left eye, his hand over the now empty socket of his right, blood oozing out of it. Odin cursed. The bastard took the wrong eye.
Ooh. So... Okay. Both of you have left your posts on several occasions while until the gathering around town on personal business. This is unacceptable. You are under strict Fierdo Bureau of Control protocol regarding covertness and confidentiality, and as your supervisor, I am responsible for your conduct at all times. If you find the work boring, too bad. You are to fulfill your roles into duty as I see fit and as the project requires. I am changing your post. I'll be overseeing the watery area as it now has the most test sites to cover. The ranger cabin there will be my base of operations. Vega, you're moving to Cauldron Lake's Witchfinder Station. Michaels, you are staying in the Brightfall Station. I don't want to hear any excuses. Cool. So they had researchers here. I didn't realize you can break down the door like that, but okay. Another poor deer.
Little friend.
Computer's switched off. Nothing in the area. Alright, so there is like... So there are like test stations and what have you in this Bright Falls area that we could be going to. So we could probably get more charms and see if they do something different. So, I think I saw one of them on the beach here. Yep, there's one of them.
There's a rhyme over here.
To the beach a child went wandering pretty. Shiny rock she gathered but from the water a monster rose, a horrible beast with a pointy nose, a flapping wing and dragging toes, but the child was wrong. It was her mother all along, on a boat, grabbing a towel that's already gone. Huh. Okay, so the child was there, the mother is there, and the monster there.
Huh.
New
I'm
charm?
getting quite the charm collection.
Increase effectiveness of painkillers and trauma pads. Nice. Glad to see I got them working. Where is... Alright. Where the fuck it... So there's the knitting there. So I need to find another one. That must be nearby.
Another Alex Casey lunchbox?
There we go. Remember that the story won't let anything bad happen to us unless it's good for drama. Good for you. Weapons upgrade. Now for the long-range sniper, bullets penetrate the enemy's darkness shield.
Aiming through the scope, Saga could see the flickering darkness that protected the Taken, saw it waver and jerk, saw a shifting opening in it. There, she fired, sending the bullet through to find its way home.
Nice. Works for me. Ugh, excuse me. Alrighty, another Alex Casey lunchbox nearby.
More of those kids' lunchboxes.
I was going to leave you some cookies, but I was worried an animal would get into them, so I didn't. But it's the thought that counts, right? Ah, good for her, thinking about scavengers. Okay, so I need a double back, most likely. Let's see how far back I have to retreat. Well, I must be close to danger if there's a light right there.
Plastic deer mask.
I'm never gonna get used to this.
Probably a good thing. Alright, where's the chest? There it is.
Another cult box.
It's not the bunker woods, it's not the coffee stash, it's not the trailer. Huh? The chimney? You're finally settling back down? Nice, nice, nice. You know what? I should probably head to a checkpoint and save, because otherwise I am going to be like running around like a headless chicken for a little too long, picking up on some of the side things here and there, because investigate the previously flooded area, go to the sheriff's station. Yeah, because I have gone through quite a bit of Saga Anderson's story, and quite frankly, I should probably put a little bit of time into Alan Wake's, like, in the next stream, because I've already gone through, like, what, 2...
Another rhyme.
Oh, there we go, a rhyme. A child needs their mother to keep them safe, and a home as their hiding place, because outside the monster roams and chase. When they ring your doorbell, don't yell, don't tell them to go away. Give them treats and pray they won't rock your house to the ground. A child needs their mother to keep them safe.
Think, Saga.
Child needs their mother to keep them safe, and a home as their hiding place, because outside the monster roams and chase when they ring the doorbell. Nope.
Nah.
Give them treats and pray.
Doesn't make sense.
Mother.
No.
Child?
Nope.
So child must go there.
Hmm.
Oh, so there isn't a... Someone's in the house, isn't there? Nothing here.
I'm gonna need a bigger charm bracelet.
Yeah, I only have like 3 slots, which is a little bit annoying. Alright, so the key clue that I had for the chest, for the, like, the cult chest up there was something about a chimney. So, like, is the key around here, near the chimney? Yes, it was. Alright, so we head back over to that chest there, and then we can unlock it. Then I'll head over to the cabin, save my progress, and then we'll probably call the stream there, and like shift into Alan Wake's reality on the next stream. Because yeah, we've gone through quite a bit of Saga's story, and we can probably go through some of Alan's story next. Ding, Ranger Station. There we go. Took me forever to figure out that hint wasn't Santa's butt. Why are we making this so complicated? Just give us the normal fucking keys. And for whatever reason, I don't... Oh, I see, because... I'm just gonna heal myself with one of these, because I've got, like, bigger ones back at... Are you kidding me? The rocket flare takes 1 space no matter what, which is annoying as fuck. Ah! Annoying. But hey, we unlocked the chest, so we got that going for us, which is nice. They know you can really fuck up with one of those. Oh. Something really powerful then. Well, I'm gonna need to put it as a quick slot then, and at some point. Alright, well, the question is the cultist thing... No, the rocket flare is just, you know, mentioned for being there, which is rather nice. So we got the janitor's jacket there, and... Yeah, alright, cool. Cool, 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 cool. So, coffee mug there. Like, look at all these coffee mugs that I have. Look at all these charms. And then we got a throwable grenade. Inflicts heavy damage and stuns anyone nearby. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna save it there. I'm gonna call it a night. Because otherwise I'm gonna be playing this for too long and I cannot. I've got work the next day. So I'm gonna have to leave it here. But I am enjoying this. Despite, you know, getting fucking jump scared a number of times, thankfully, as you can see there, with me, heart rate monitor, I'm not, you know, keeping to a really high BPM, although sometimes it thinks I am, and then sometimes it isn't. It isn't hugely accurate. But yeah, that is going to be it with me tonight. So before we all disappear, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. And it looks like the first one that's on my like raid channel browser is someone called Icy Eclipse. Now, do I want to go to Icy Eclipse first? Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, let's go for Icy Eclipse. It looks like they're playing some Mega Bonk. I have been playing so much fucking Mega Bonk in my off-stream hours. It is honestly silly. It's fun. It's addictive. It's I enjoy it. There's a demo. You should go play it. I don't stream it because it's one of those, you know, head empty, just enjoy the dopamine kind of games. So let's get the raid started. It's our first time raiding into them, so we'll go with the Himbo raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. So hopefully I'll see some of you join in on that one. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you would like. I will be using mine. And otherwise, I want to say thank you, everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back online Sunday morning for more Ghost of Yotei. If you're worried about spoilers with Ghost of Yotei, it's like the third time I'm playing it. I'm 7 hours in. I am so far behind of the main narrative story. You're not really going to be spoiled compared to going on to other streams. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see you Sunday night, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.